said that he would have batted also.
Good morning, Smitten. Good morning to listeners and viewers. Starting off as a warm day. If I were the captain, I think I would have batted as well. The strip looks good. I believe in winning the toss, assessing the situation, assessing the atmosphere, assessing the pitch, assessing the ground. And this is a very good ground for cricket. I would have batted as well, put on pressure from the beginning. We've seen teams batting even in this tournament and perhaps regretting it, going on to lose after.
Kuma starts, and this one lobs in the air into the offside, and perhaps striking the batsman on the pad. But the USA, they're coming off a win against
Jamaica.
They would have defeated Jamaica. They scored 209 with Swetham Shuetam getting 85 and Gar getting 36 and Jam 35. There were 18 extras outside the off stump moving forward. There were in fact a white signal. So the first run for the Guyanese team. And US, in reply, they were able to bowl out the Jamaican team for 196 in some 43 overs. The USA would have batted for some 47.4 overs. And Jamaica in that match, they had an opening stand of 117, and then they capitulated for 196 all out in the end. Runs down to final again. In fact, 4 of them. Signal now, so first runs from the bat, and Guyana very much on the way. So it's 5 for no loss, and we are just in over number 1. Of course, it's a 50 over affair. So Guyana would be looking to get their first win here today, having lost in the opening round. This one is flashed into the offside. It's going out towards the point boundary. Gets there now. A well-timed shot. And the 4 runs to Rampasad. So he goes to 8 with that boundary. So he started well. 8 from 3 deliveries. Diana Ryan is yet to score. The score is 9, 1 extra of course. And they are going at 18 runs for over.
Very extremely healthy.
Well, an over is not completed as yet. Defends this time and goes into the offside. But the conditions once more try very nice conditions here for cricket. It's a bit humid, but bright and sunny once more. And once more we are blessed with excellent weather.
Just a few and a half clouds in the sky, Smitten. So it looks like we're in for a very hot day today.
Yes, and I'm already feeling it. As Kumar goes in. Oh, taking on the pad, the appeal goes up. And the umpire remains unmoved. And Mills, you would have told me that that would be faster of Jamaica.
Correct.
I think you said the taller of the 2.
Indeed. He was here with us
in the first match. But I'll go the other way. I would say that the other umpire calling the 2.
Potato. Looking at the USA team, they're somewhat diminutive, short, small in body.
As we saw from Team 2, this team though seems to have a bit more height and body to them though. Not much more, of course. Kumar outside the outside low, and the over comes to an end. And that over, which at one point was 18, showing 80 scoring rate of 18, just within one delivery, has gone down to 10.
Indeed, the power of mathematics. And again, I must commend the USA for having 2 under-19 teams here, Smitten, and also commend the West Indies, Cricket West Indies, for having the vision and foresight to have this happen. Apart from exposing more players from the US, it also gives the teams, rather than playing just 5 matches, the 6 teams normally, they're now playing 7.
But you know, though,
in the first round, that is.
Yes, but you know that the West Indies board has an obligation to advance cricket in
the Americas.
In this region, USA included.
Central America, South America as well.
That's right. So some people might be asking, how come 2 USA teams in the tournament? But it's all for the good.
And the thing about the US, they normally support their sporting entities financially and otherwise.
So definitely. So Ramnath, on the team sheet, he's down as Rampasad Ramnath. I notice on the scorecard they have Ramnath first. But we'll go with Ramnath for now. He's defending, yet to get his first run. Goes into the offside. And this USA team seems to have a very strong voice. And seem to do a lot of chirping out there.
As did the second team as well. It's extremely early days yet, just the second over. That is normally tested when things are not going that way.
Shani, a left-hander, who defended.
I am expecting to see Smith in the next few years a Mexico team, a Brazil team, or one of those teams from South America, Central America participating in this West Indies under-19 team. A few years ago, St. Martin, no one might have been thinking about St. Martin participating.
Fumble there, and they will get a run. I suspect it's going to be a bye. We'll wait. Yes, signal now by the umpire.
Very good throw by the keeper.
And yes, but all to no avail. The batsman well and truly home. So yes, it's the more cricket which is being played, it's for the betterment of all teams, of course.
Casey Carty, out of St. Martin, the newest comer, so to speak, to Leeward Islands cricket, St. Martin. He's now on the West Indies team, batting at number 3, a very responsible position.
Speaking of West Indies team, Troy, fighting back there in Grenada, 7 wickets down for Australia, of course. Australia well past 200 with a lead of some 33 runs in the air. And it goes down to backward square, just a single. So fighting it back, some late strikes by Seals towards the end of the day's play. And so Australia, in fact, losing some late wickets and 7 wickets down. So that match nicely poised there in Grenada.
They've actually lost an early wicket to Smitten. They're now 225 for 8, a lead of 258 runs.
Yeah, so tickled down to fine leg for a single. And score's now gone on to 12. 12 for no loss, and we've had 2 overs completed. Lots of cricket being played today, of course. So it seems as though England has lost that one. When I left home, I think there were 5 wickets down when I left home this morning, Troy. And, well, no, not as yet. It's just saying victory is in sight. I'm trying to get 153 for 6, England. So still some wickets to go on the bounce there to mid-off. So that match poised in favor of India at the moment. England chasing a mammoth 608 runs to win, which now that total is out of the equation, 153 for 6. It's just a question of survival for England. Of course, they had some early morning rain, match delayed by well over an hour. But India batting on and on yesterday and piling up 608, and some people wondered why they batted so long. Kumaro.
Perhaps psychological, bat England out of the game, put a lot of pressure on them, knowing that it's basically impossible to score 500 and something on the last day to win a test match.
Well, it wasn't 500 and something, it was
600 and something, yes.
608. And
for the 5 something they had to 536, I think they had to.
Most people would tell you that India would have batted too long.
Give themselves more time to bowl at the English.
To get 20 wickets. And 6 wickets down now, the batsman at the crease would be Jamie Smith. The captain is still there. No, the captain is gone, Ben Stokes. And so it would be Smith and Wokes at the crease. England needing another 455 runs.
This perhaps the last confident opportunity in terms of a partnership for the English.
Certainly, and we know Wokes has scored a test 100 already. But back with the cricket here, the USA, they have started well. Kumar is bowling a good line and length. He has 2 slips in place. There's a wide third man, point, cover mid-off. And in fact, it's a very short mid-off and an extra cover in place also. Mid-off in catching position. And he's flashing this one down to wideish third man. He eludes the fieldsman down there on the boundary and goes for 4. Seemed to have had it covered and perhaps getting a bad bounce. And the ball going past him. He was very close to the boundary edge, and once it had beaten him, he hardly had a chance to recover and retrieve. So 4 runs there to Ramnath.
Indeed, a very good effort. Nonetheless, being paced by the ball on that occasion. Traveling with a bit of speed. And Guyana gratefully accepts the boundary.
So Kumar. And, this time Ramnath is defending. And the over comes to an end. So we have had 3 overs completed. And it's 17 for no loss. So Guyana starting well. And runs on the board, of course, they're putting runs on the board.
Run rate of 5.67. A very good rate to start at. Still extremely early days as yet. 2-3 quick wickets could turn this game on its head spin, as we've seen so many times.
Yes, certainly. We saw in one match for the season so far. I'll get back to that in a while. This one is defended. And it goes into the offside. Oohs and ahs. And probably coming from the bottom portion of the bat at that time. We saw Jamaica coming up against this USA team. They had an opening partnership of 117 going after 209. And they eventually lost that match, scoring just 196 in the end. Driven airborne, nice shot over extra cover and down to the boundary for 4 by the left-handed Dion Ryan. Nice shot, Troy.
Deliberate, going overhead, clearing the infield, quite confident, cool, calm, and collective. He didn't rush the shot, timed it well, and the 4 was always on the cards once he got it over the infield.
Of course, we are within the first power play, and the fielders outside the 30-yard circle, long leg and fine leg. Long leg rather wide, so two, not fine leg, long leg and third man. And both fielders are placed rather wide on the boundary. And it's the left-handed Shani. This one is flicked in the air. It's going down towards square leg. Not fully in control of the shot, but he would have gotten enough baton to it to take it outside the 30-yard circle and away from any fieldsman over the square leg. Square leg, we're standing next to the umpire Foster. And although it was in the air for a long time, no chance of a catch. So 2 runs picked up there by Jonah Ryan. So he goes to 7. This time he's defending.
Smitten, we have to give high commendations to the operator of the scoreboard. Quite often we see scoreboards 1 or 2 runs ahead, 1 or 2 runs behind. But on Thursday, I think the scoreboard was really smack on.
Yes, he certainly did a very good job, and he came to our rescue. And nicely played there to extra cover. And thanks to him, we were able to. But here is some overthrows. In fact, one overthrow. And the batsman was able to pick up an extra run.
Seems as if the umpire signaled dead ball. He may have called dead ball. He may have called over.
Over, but if the batsman, if the batsman return to their respective crease, then that of course, and they are not. So it seems as though the run was on.
That's interesting. He did signal dead ball after the run had been taken.
I seem to have missed out on that one.
But nonetheless, the game continues.
Fuma will continue. This one, he rather uncomfortably gets it into the leg gully region. And picks up a single. Seem to have gotten baton to that one. 23 it is. We're in over number 5. Guyana won the toss. Opted to bat.
Small crowd in the building up here. Perhaps persons coming to see the USA 1 team having defeated Jamaica.
Pushed up to mid-off, sorry. And it's fielded there by Batia. There's no run. This one goes up to cover. They pick up a run. Ball seemed to have taken the outer portion of the bat. The batsman, given the benefit of the doubt, might have opened the face of the bat a bit. But nevertheless, he would have picked up a run. So Ram Prasad back on strike now. Offensive shot goes into the offside. And no run, Ram Prasad. 14 from 18. Dion Ryan. He's 8 from 10. Ram Prasad, Ramnath. Good delivery. On target. Defended there by Ramnath. So good opening start. 25. So this is good stuff here from Kumar, keeping things quiet. The over comes to an end. And he has completed his third over for 15 runs at the end of over number 5. 25 for no loss. Guyana winning the toss and batting. Carefully, I'll come to. So, oh yes, he goes. There's an appeal, does he? Yes, he's walking back. He's on his way. Well caught there. There we see it again. Playing there to short backward square. And the catch taken, well taken there by Srivastava. And Guyana lose their first wicket. And wicket of Dion Ryan going back for 8. So Guyana now 25 for 1. And we are in over, in fact, over number 6. So Ram goes to the crease. Of course, just to remind viewers that Guyana is coming up against the USA team, and Guyana won the toss and opted to bat. They are now 25 for 1. So Shani picking up the first wicket for the USA. Bowls now to Ram. Ram gets it down to fine leg. And in fact, 2 runs to Ram, getting off the mark immediately as it was fielded down there on the fine leg boundary. And it was Rai who came around smartly to his left and fielded well and sent the return back to the keeper, but not before the batsman had picked up 2. So it's now 27 for 1. Outside off, allowed through. So chirping gets a bit harder now. Of course, the USA team, they have picked up a wicket, so they would be buoyed by that wicket. Wicket coming in this over so far. Shani. And they're into it. They're into every ball that is being bowled at the moment. And there's nothing like a wicket to inject life into the players.
Definitely smitten. And after defeating Jamaica in the first, especially after Jamaica had an instant of a century, their tails will be on their backs.
Driven. And straight to a field and a run. So they've kept things tight, the USA. They have not given too much away. And they have been able to pick up a wicket so far. The opening batsmen for Guyana were not able to really get away from the opening bowlers. They had a partnership of just some 25 runs. So end of the over, end of over number 6, and it's 27 for 1 at the end of that particular over.
And the players continue to experience a bit of warmth, a very slight breeze.
So Kumar was not taking a wicket as yet, it moves away. It's a quick single and well run too.
Some 16 dot balls so far.
Kumar once more from the pavilion end. Oh, that's a good one. There's an appeal for a catch and he's given out. That one jumped at the batsman. Seemed to have taken something on its way. Probably taking the shoulder of the batter or the gloves. And we'll have a look at it now. Oh, yes. It seemed to have brushed the glove and the way through to the keeper, who accepted the catch quite gleefully. Keeper, of course, Shama Apple. In fact, that's the Guyanese keeper. And the keeper for the USA team took a good catch, so they've gone bang bang, 2 quick wickets.
Indeed, a very good ball. It came off the track a little quicker, getting a little height, surprising the batter, and he basically tried to just keep the bat down, but that might have been a case of the ball playing the glove. He couldn't get away quickly enough.
Captain goes down. The Lange, Jonathan Van Lange. And he is also a fast bowler. I think I would have seen him in the Cool and Smooth tournament earlier this year, played here in St. Kitts. But the USA, they are making their presence felt by all these teams. So far, they have defeated one, and now they have defeated Jamaica, of course. And now they have the Jamaican team on the back foot.
The Guyanese team, Smitten.
Guyanese, sorry.
And Van Lange, not traditionally a Guyanese name. It sounds more Dutch.
Well, it could be considered to be a Guyanese name. That the Dutch. The Dutch was one of the ethnic groups.
Correct.
That would have settled in Guyana. You have Dutch, you have Indians, of course. You have Portuguese, Africans, of course. So, and you do have some Chinese also. We had a Chinese playing for Guyana some time ago. He, in fact, played in CPL. Oh, he's looking to drive and digs it out. We know Van de Lange is a South African player. He's a fast bowler from South Africa, de Lange. But like I said, Guyana, several ethnic races would have settled there years ago. And it's just that some of them have not really been into cricket. Pushed into the offside. And there are no runs, so.
The Guyanese, the American Smitten, they have not only taken 2 wickets, but they've cut back the run rate of the Guyanese from just under 6 to 4.20. And the projected score of 250 point is now 210. Of course, that could change with a big over.
Oh, taking on the pad, now the peel, the finger goes up, he's on his way. My word. The USA really cock a whoop here. The captain goes back for no score. Jonathan Van Lange, leg before to Kuma, and Kuma picks up a wicket. In fact, his second wicket. So he has gone bang bang. And Guyana in some trouble here, Troy.
Definitely the captain subtly suggesting he may have played the ball, but that is of no moment. He's on his way to the pavilion. I did say earlier, 2-3 quick wickets could perhaps turn this game upside down. Guyana finding themselves 28 for 3 in just the 7th over, still in the power play. And the Americans, are they going to spring a second surprise here? We'll have to wait and see. I wouldn't want to believe the Guyanese counted the chickens already. I wouldn't want to believe that they would have counted these points after having the Jamaicans feeling the weight of this young, vibrant, energetic American team, the first team. And they're going to basically be using both teams to determine their final USA team to participate in the ICC Under 19 World Cup. So they are really having the best of both worlds. The projected score has dropped again, somewhat, I wouldn't dare say significantly, but it's now looking at 200, the projected score that is. And it is Kumar who's going to be continuing, the left-handed bowler from the far end. And the batter just tickling that one into the onside. The mid-wicket comes in. Feels no harm done. A run rate that was close to 6 per over is now down to 4. Oh, a very good ball, bringing oohs and ahs from the USA team. Very upbeat at the moment. As Shani getting that one to just pop off of a good length. Rampasad, who is on 15, he opened the bat and he's still there. He defends, and the support, the encouragement from this USA team continues. They seem to be a team full of encouragement normally, but having picked up 3 wickets, why not? They need to support their bowler, and they're doing a very good job at that. One slip, a backward point. I'm not going at that one. That was a little wide. Perhaps lucky not to connect. The projected score dropping further to 187. And what a few wickets could do on a few dot balls. From a projected score of 253, it's now saying 187. But of course, that again could change with a few big overs.
Yes, right. But right now, though, you could say that the USA very much in the ascendancy, and you have to keep a close eye on this USA team. It's a competitive team. We saw in that match, their first match, they were struggling against Jamaica. They fought back. They got to a competitive total of 209, and Jamaica was off to a flying start. 117-1 partnership, and they were able to peg back things, pick up wickets regularly, and finally dismiss Jamaica for 196, which suggests to me that they are fighting qualities about this USA team.
Indeed, and they had actually two rear guard actions. Very good partnerships at the end, at the back end. And that was a maiden over. Coming, and the score, the run rate has dropped significantly.
Just some clarification, though, Troy, before you continue. This is really the number one team. These are the top players. It's not a question of they're looking to, look at. Well, they're looking at all the players then, but it's very likely that most of the players in this team are going to be in the top team, but there's a possibility that this could still get into from the other team, but they can't.
Second team, that is.
Who, of course,
Second team, that is.
Who, of course, was the captain of that team.
And getting most of the fielders involved, throwing the ball around, helping to keep them focused as Kumar will continue from the pavilion end. 4.1 overs, 16 runs, 2 wickets for him. That one wide, not enticing the batter. And that wideish ball just inside the mark, always a very good ball. In some cases, the batters not being able to get at it. In other cases, perhaps picking up an edge. England, they are marching on, 180 for 6.
Marching? You mean... Well, it's probably a slow match.
Indeed. Very slowly indeed. Clearly, it's not about getting the runs, it's about survival. They are in survival mode.
They would have lost, like I said earlier on, they would have lost some time earlier on. Well over an hour's play. And lost, well, more importantly, they would have lost some overs. And I think they would have.
Lovely shot through the covers. We'll get one. Thinking of a second. But it wasn't quite on. And West Indies, they are attacking. It's now 242 for 9. Australia leading by 275. And that, no doubt, will be a psychological advantage to the West Indies, were they to bowl out the Aussies for less than, well, not having to chase 300. Let me put it that way.
Well, it's good to be hopeful. But batting last against such an attack as the Australian. What I can say, though, is that the West Indies team so far, they've shown good fight against the #1 ranked team in the world, Australia. It's cricket, and Australia has a very good attack. In fact, that's the most decorated bowling attack in the world today, with each of those bowlers well over 250 wickets. In fact, probably over each one probably over 300 wickets.
Just
Hazelwood, Stark, Cummins, Lyon, of course.
the roaring lion. Just 2 runs coming from that over. The current run rate is now a Nelson, so to speak, 3.33 runs per over. And the projected score dropping again to 167. It's a nice flick off the hip. Races to the square leg, forward of square, actually, to the boundary. 4 runs, just timing it.
Yes, that's a well-timed shot. The batsman just eased it into the onside. There was no, real attempt to really power it into the onside. And he was so confident that he had timed it well that he did not even run.
Correct. He stood his ground.
Stood his ground. The ball raced away to the boundary. Wonderful shot indeed by Ramnath.
Taking him up to 20. From 29 balls he faced, he's been there from the start. The Guyana camp will want him to bat through. With him is Afraz Ali Budu, who has gotten off the mark. And Shani continue bowling from the far end. Nice shot, beautifully fielded at the backward point region. Getting up on his toes was Rampersad. And slapping that one square. A very good save, perhaps saving a run. The batters did get one, but had he missed that, it could have easily been 2. And the US players continue to talk, continue to encourage each other. They are very much into this game.
The left-hander is Bodo.
And Budu faces.
That's what you're saying. Good. But when you see the short number, you got a different short number, you think, so that's what he's probably telling us. Right? God, that's what he answered. That's what he was asking.
Shani continues to work, keeping things tight, giving away a 4 on the first ball, coming back very good. A dot, a 1, and the 2 dots.
That's what he doing. That's why.
The keeper signaling for the helmet. Perhaps we'll see the introduction of spin at the end of the power play, which is after this over, which is now, as a matter of fact, that was the last ball being turned around the corner to the 45. And after the power play, the Guyanese 36 for 3. One would argue that the US team have won the power play round, so to speak.
Well, quite easily, picking up 3 wickets in that first 10 overs and just conceding some 36 runs. They have won that with hands down. And having Guyana on the back foot at this point. And as I said, we are going to see a bowling change from this, the pavilion end. And let's see, it's not going to be spin unless he's taking that long a run. And then is Adnil Jamb. So Adnil Jamb, I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly. So he would be bowling, looks like right arm, and he's going around the wicket.
Pulling the batsman forward, trying to get him slash outside the off stump, which it does, but fortunately going straight through to the keeper.
He has a very aggressive approach to the bowling crease. And he's a tall lad. And seems to be the type of bowler who hits the wicket hard. But we look at him closely.
And he goes through Boodoo once more, much to the delight of his teammates and their oohs and ahs, Smitten.
I think Boodoo could have left that one outside the off stump. It was that wide of the off stump.
And of course, if I were to be Jam, I'll put it on the same spot. 1, no runs have been conceded from those 2 deliveries. 2, pulling the batsman just a little wide, playing and missing. Not on this occasion. He bangs it down to a wide third man, picking up a single.
Well, you say bangs. That looked and sounded more like a thick outside edge to me. But nevertheless, it was all along the ground, and the result was that the batsman got a run, which at the end of the day is the most important thing.
Haven't seen too many instances of an outside edge creeping along the carpet. Well defended by Rampersad, the right-hander. He's been there from the beginning, 21 from 31 balls. And though he's expected to keep the scoreboard running, Boodoo seems to be the more aggressive of the 2, notwithstanding he's only 3 from 11 balls. Perhaps getting his eye in, according to some people. straying down the leg side, giving away a wide. There haven't been too many wides so far in the first 10 overs, which is a good thing.
Well, it's a good thing because when you look at the scores in some of the other matches, Lee Woods, for example, bowled out the Windies 124 the other day. And I think, in fact, Lee was replied with 119.
And here is it trying to whip that one through the onside, not being able to beat the mid-wicket fielder.
Yes, and in that 119 scored by the Leewards, in fact, the Windward Islands, in the 124, there were 25 extras given away by the Leeward Islands.
And lovely goes aerially is Rampasad down to the third man region, but he's only able to get a single.
And then then Windwards, in their turn, when they bowled at the Leeward Islands, they too were quite generous. They gave away some 19 extras. And I have not really had a chance to, analyze the extras, but I would want to think that there would be quite a number of wides in those extras.
If I'm not mistaken, in one of the games, extras were actually the highest score, the top score. It's the end of the over, some 3 runs coming from it.
Well, you're right, And that's the same game I was speaking about. Stefan Pascal, he scored 21. Theo Edwards, he scored 21 for the Windwards. And extras were 25.
We are now seeing the change. Right arm spin from the far end. Shahir Bhatia. He's now coming into the attack. He'll be bowling to the opener, Ramnath Rampasad, who is on 22 from third.
In the first match. And the other successful bowler would have been Utkarsh Srivastava. He picked up 4 for 31.
2 good balls so far, pulling Rampasad forward, being cautious, looking at what Bhatia has to offer. And that one going into the onside.
Bhatia, of course, bowling right arm leg breaks. Shivastria, he's an off spinner.
That one seemed to wobble a little in the ear.
So it could be testing times here for the Guyanese.
And he has him, he's bowled all over the place. Stepping back to give himself some room was Ramnath. A well-advised shot. He was looking good, Smitten playing forward.
You said well-advised. Did you really mean that? Well-advised or ill-advised?
Ill-advised, pardon me. Yes, indeed. Well-advised to continue playing how he was playing. Stepping back, trying to give himself some room, and he lost his off stump. The 4th wicket goes down for the Guyanese, 39 for 4, and in some trouble here.
Well, the batsman who probably played for one going away from him, but this one came back sharply and well bowled there by the young man Bhatia.
5th ball, picking up a wicket, hasn't given away a run so far. And Ramnath, having looked at him cautiously in the first 4 deliveries, like you said, perhaps expecting the leg break, but well deceived, smart thinking by Bhatia.
Very good bowling indeed by the young man.
The Guyanese are now reeling 39 for 4 from just 11.5 overs. Romario Randall, he goes to join Afraz Ali Budu. Both of them will have a lot of work to do to post a decent score on the board.
This is good stuff here by the young man. Batia, he would have picked up 2 wickets in the first match, 2 for 24. And he has already picked up a wicket here.
Score by Batia, pushing the Guyanese further back on their back foot. And easily the best figures so far. 1 over yet to concede a run, picking up a wicket. You couldn't ask anything better from a bowler, Smitten.
Yes, but, you know, if I was the captain at this point, though, I would be looking to bring, you know, I would be going for the jugular. I would be going for my other spin bowler, the off-break bowler, Shrivas Tava, who picked up 4 wickets in the other match. I'll be going for the jugular at this point.
And as if to support you, that one shot and Buddha pulling him through the mid-wicket region for 4, Smitten.
Yeah, that's a good shot. 2 short, loose delivery, and put away. And put away nicely by Budu.
And I'm wondering about the bowler management. We saw it in the first game, and now is it happening here? A very good suggestion you made. Spin picking up a wicket, try off spin at this end, and they do have about 3-4 spinners in the team. There's another left-hander, there's a left-hander as well. Left-hand spin, I think.
Well, you know, they're youngsters, and probably they would have gone down plans rehearsed, and no doubt sticking to their plans.
And this is where the coaching camp comes in. Yes, that was the game plan, but game plans can change, game plans do change based on the situation. Playing loosely outside the off stump is Budu. Going through to the keeper, no harm done. I agree 100% with you. I would have changed for a spinner, notwithstanding this was the plan.
Just to look at some scores that try, the United States, they're batting against the Leewards. They are 54 for 4. That's the United States 2. Trinidad and Tobago against Barbados. Barbados batting 79 for 1. Windies against Jamaica 51 for 2.
And that one, going through to the keeper. Nice comeback so far by Jampa after giving away a 4 on the first delivery. He has had 2 dot balls. Leewards, the USA, down 4 wickets. Quite a contrast to how it was here, Smitten.
Oh, yes.
But it's a different ground, different opponent. Getting up and guiding that one square. He will get 2. Does Budu. A landmark of these teams has been their communication. You're hearing the call early. Yes, yes, no, no. And no doubt as they cross, you're going to be hearing 2Z, 2's up. Whatever pet name they have for their true runs.
So, Troy, you know you're very hopeful. West Indies need 277 to win against Australia. Lots of time. So time not an issue.
Not an issue. It's just the West Indies putting down their heads and applying. Brandon King 75 from the first innings. Obviously, he'll want to build on that. And when the West Indies batted Smitten, it was another situation where a catch was referred to the third umpire. And maybe the third umpire said out, but the jury might still be out on that one.
Well, it looked very controversial to me. Looking at it and looking at the replays, the ball was grounded. And that should have been another not out, but it went against West Indies. Oh, is that a catch put down?
By the oohs and the arms and the hands on the head, we couldn't see clearly, Smitten, but it appears to be. And the Budu is calling down Ramdal as we look at the replay. Yes, it seems to have been. Perhaps too excited, and it should have been an easy catch, really. But perhaps Bhatia, a little excited, rushed into the procedure to hold on. Going through to the keeper, again, oohs and arms, Bhatia.
Bhatia certainly posing problems for the Guyanese batsmen.
Guyana producing leg spinners. Mahindra Nagamutu comes to mind. And they are struggling against this leg break bowler, the wrist spin. Played into the offside square. Bhatia still yet to concede a run in this over. Could have picked up a wicket. He flowed it. And Ramde Hall playing straight, coming into his wicket, both feet together. Perhaps a little dangerous rather than pushing out as you're often told. Getting back, trying to beat that one backward of point. Another maiden over by Bhatia. And Guyana, 45 for 4 in 14 overs. The recovery is on, but they have a very, very, very long way to go.
That's a nice way of putting it. The recovery is on. They would like to recover from here on in at 45 for 4 from 14 overs with the going rate dropping it by the moment. Projected score now down to 161. They're going at 3.21 runs per over. And this one is played into the offside, but Bhatia has bowled 2 consecutive maiden overs and has picked up a wicket. Jamb is in his 3rd over, conceding 9 runs so far. First delivery of his 3rd over. United States too, not doing so well against the Leeward Islands. They are 5 wickets down. Perhaps I could take a look at that and see who the destroyer is.
While you're doing that, Smitten,
in that match. Yes, go right ahead.
the West Indies needing to get to 277 for victory. I'm just checking to see, I'm seeing 0 for 1. John Campbell is back in the pavilion without a run on the board. So they are 1 wicket without scoring so far.
Captain for the Leeward Islands on the 19, Miller, who from all reports, bowled very well in the first match. He has already picked up wickets
Wow.
against the USA. Nice drive. And knocked down the extra cover. And just a single. So Bodo driving pleasantly into the offside. And picking up a run.
I saw Miller here in the Leeward Islands on the 19 tournament from up close. I umpired in that tournament. And he is a very good player, very good all-round player.
In fact, would have played in the Cool and Smooth too and impressed in that T20 tournament.
Very strategic captain as well.
Oh, this one is kept out. Good delivery, on target. So where's Miller from?
Antigua.
Okay.
I think he has a very good career ahead of him.
Well-built young man, powerfully built. There's a bit of pace. The umpire is calling for the ball. He's having a look at it.
And the umpire has some concern.
Yes, there's cause for concern. I don't know if there's an issue with the ball or...
And there seems to be a sub being called for by the Americans.
Well, we'll wait and see what transpires. So, probably a bit of an injury there. Let's wait and see.
Shamar Joseph, it seems that he has a liking for these Australians. He picked up 4. Jaden Seals 2, Alzari Joseph 2.
So it seems as though Troy, as though the umpire, they're using this opportunity to have a drinks break, and perhaps we should use this opportunity also to take a drinks break. So we're back with the action here at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground. And we see number 14 going in there now. This one is driven into the offside, out to extra cover for 4. So Jam being greeted with a boundary, overpitched, and the Hull was driving nicely and driving into the extra cover region for 4.
They had a chance, Smitten, to reassess their strategy at the water break, but clearly it is to continue with Jam, as opposed to, like you said, going for the jugular.
Oh, this one is in the black hole, so obviously the plan here by Jam is to carry the ball up to the batsman, probably looking to york him, or of course there's not much movement. We have not seen much any lateral movement from any of the opening bowlers. So comes to an end, 54-4.
50 comes up after, during the 15th over. And the current run rate 3.33. Bodo, he's on 10 from 20. Ram the Hull, who's going to be facing 4 from 10. These two really have a lot of work to do to get the Guyanese back into the game, notwithstanding the adage, runs on the board are runs on the board. Projected score of 167 as Batio continues.
Yeah, so this one is pushed quietly into the offside. Guyana, of course, looking to do some rebuilding here, as you rightly alluded to earlier on. I mean, lost some 4 wickets. In over number 16, there are just 50 runs on the board. Bati has been good. He's in his 3rd over, yet to concede a run. And he has picked up a wicket. In fact, he would have picked up 2nd wicket. But he only has himself to blame, as he would have dropped a return catch. Here is Bodo looking to get the first run off Batia, but it goes to short mid-wicket, where it's fielded and there's no run. Oh, he's pulling and missing. Ball goes through to the keeper outside the off stump.
Trying to get that one through the onside.
Shiwathan, of course, the keeper, quietly into the offside. And,
another maiden, Smitten.
Yes, another maiden, and if I was the captain, I would be looking to replace Jam with the off spinner.
But he continues to jam with Jam.
Well, Jam is there.
And he gives his hat to the umpire, so we're going to see more of Jam. For the last 2 overs, he seemed to be giving away a boundary on the first ball. He perhaps needs to get it much tighter. He comes back well in the over, but he needs to get tighter on that first ball.
My thing is, the Guyanese team, they're looking to rebuild at this point. And here's where there's an opportunity for him to bring his other spin bowler, or one of his other spin bowlers, into the attack.
I couldn't agree with you more, Smitten.
Batsman seems to be more comfortable against the medium pacer also.
There's nothing, I think, written anywhere to say that once you have a plan, you cannot change your plan. Game awareness is key. very integral part of the game.
The Hall faces, pushes into the offside. Extra cover gets a good bounce. The fielder there, he plucks it from the end, there's no run.
I must commend this USA team, Smitten, for employing just 2 fielders outside the circle after the power play. Too often we've seen, once the power play ends, even though you have the team on, the batting team on the pressure, you're pushing out fielders. But
Plus,
you yourself kept the pressure.
Short and banged away, but straight to extra cover and a run. Plus, they've also kept the slip in place. So they're looking for, a catch to go to slip. They're looking to take wickets still.
Attacking. That is good captaincy. I'll perhaps give the captain maybe 8.5, 9 out of 10 so far. Losing the marks for not. As we speak, Jam is pushing out the cover to deep at the boundary.
Captain Mahash, it seems to be the captain out there. He is directing traffic. This one is right up to the batsman. He's thinking of a run. His partner Bodo is not interested and he has to go back.
Could that be an accident or could it be deliberate, Smitten? Pushing out the cover and bowl. You think that doing that he probably bowled outside just about off stump, just outside, but he bowled it just about center and leg.
Well, it would be interesting, normally a sweep on the boundaries for the sweeper is rather square. And you would have to be very short for a batsman to play a ball out there. And if he's up to the bat, the batsman would be looking to drive between mid-off and extra cover, or even between cover and mid-off, that angle, not that square. But we'll have to wait and see.
Well, it has worked. He has 5 dot balls so far in the over, and he has been really going against what you and I have been thinking.
This one is closer to the off stump this time. Batsman picks up the line and allows it through. So Captain Mahash pleased with that over from Jam.
And we have been screaming for a change in bowling, bringing on a spinner from the pavilion end, media center end. And Jam is determined to do otherwise, coming through with his maiden.
Yes, but he doesn't appears to be, troubling the batsman too much. One do not get the impression that he would get a wicket anytime soon. And what the USA would be hoping to do at this point is to, keep the foot on the jugular and go for the kill. That killer instinct. 4 wickets down, and you try and push the team further back.
And that is something I think we don't do a very good job in the West Indies.
Well, this, of course, is the USA. And judging by the number of names, Asian descent, of course, Charles away and looking to force, but in the end, checks the shot and pushes it into the offside.
Bhatia continues.
So,
yet to concede a run.
But you're right, he's not for one. And there's a string of maidens being wheeled out here by Bhatia. And yet again, defensively into the offside. Yet again, no run.
This is now causing me, Smitten, to wonder what's the longest stretch of maiden overs by a bowler in any form of cricket.
But here's a good shot played straight back over the bowler's head. Diving attempt there to save that one by the fielder. Moving across from long on, and he dived all over it, and the ball was into the boundary, and it's 4. Struck rather straight. So the first runs are coming off bat here, a boundary.
Perhaps Buddha heard me speaking about what's the longest run of maiden overs. And he wanted to upset the apple cart there.
Budu looks impressive so far, though. He seems to be a batsman who likes to play shot. He likes to hit boundaries. He has been there for some 31 deliveries and has only scored 14 runs, but nevertheless, he's looking good. Of course, Guyana would be hoping that he stays around for some time and gets some good support, and which would allow the Guyanese team to get a good total on the board, a good fighting total. Tickle down the corner, no run, so the over comes to an end. Let's see what will transpire here now.
Is it going to be jam? Is it going to be a change? It seems like there will be a change, Swinton.
Yes.
Interesting, after Jam has just bowled a maiden over.
I think what they need at this point, wickets, despite the fact that he will bowl the maiden over, they cannot allow the batsmen them to become too comfortable. And the batsmen are settling in. It's just that I thought they're a bit late in long on. It seems to be having, in fact, he's off in fact, he goes back on the field now. He was just having some refreshment. So he is on the long on boundary. Seem to be very meticulous about the field placing. And here's the off spinner, Srivastava, who would have picked up some 4 wickets in the last match. Goes in now. And right away, the batsman Ramnol is getting some runs. Just a singular down to short third man. So the left-hander comes in to strike, and so often we hear about matchups and captains bringing in off-spinner to bowl against the left-handers. And so this could go down as a perfect matchup, the off-spinner going up against the left-hander. Budu, of course, is the left-hander. So, good flight. But well played there by Budu. Just quietly easing it into the offside. In the air! Goes past him, but thankfully the outfield is a bit on the slow side. And perhaps moving a bit too late. He never really got there. The ball just dropped in front of him, but then he missed it completely. It ran behind him, and fortunately, it did not run away for 4. The ball just stopped inside the boundary. And you see, Troy, this is what I was speaking about. Immediately, the off-spinner is into the attack, and immediately he has caused some concern in the Guyanese camp. And almost an opportunity for wicket.
And it supports our theory that he ought to have been brought in much earlier.
Oh, well beaten there outside the off stump. So not a bad start there by the off spinner, Srivastava.
Not indeed, Smitten. And the fat lady, she's drawing close to the podium in that English India match. India, they are now 8 wickets down. 227 for 8. Jamie, he made 88.
And of course, he was key man. So, I don't know if you're going to still say that the English, they're marching on.
Yes, they're marching on to a loss. And
Still some time to go in this match.
Cass and Tong, they're batting. With Shoaib Bashir.
In the air, he gets a hand to it. And knocked down there by Sudini, or Sudini. And a good stop in the end. It was airborne. He got his left hand to it. And he probably saved 4, maybe 3 runs. The outfield on that side fairly slow. Oh, this one. Perhaps giving the batsman the benefit of the doubt, he might have pulled the bat away, might have pulled the bat inside. The delivery which seemed to have bounced a bit outside the off stump. Cuts, misses, and certainly bat here is posing some problems here for the Guyanese batsman, and it has been a struggle so far. Quicker delivery is cut in, but straight to backward point. Sudini is there, he feels. Sudini. And there's no run. So good showing by the USA so far.
Partnership of 18 from 48 balls.
Fended. Back to the bowler, he picks up. Continues to bowl well. Just the one boundary, the only scoring shot from Bhatia, and he has picked up 1 for 4, and he has bowled 5 overs.
Continue to turn and tighten the screws on these Guyanese. Perhaps not as relentless as they can be the US, but they're now, I'm now getting the impression that they've reassessed and re-strategized, perhaps, and they continue with just the 2 players out of the circle.
In the air, and it goes all the way. He struck straight there by Boudou. That's a good shot. He played it straight. Played it with a straight bat, and it went all the way. Long off, long on. Well, there's no long on in place, but long off didn't have the ghost of a chance.
And Jam running for all his worth. He was just able to retrieve the ball after it had gone for 6.
Back, forces up to cover, no run. So Boudou has gone on to 22. That was a good shot. It was played straight back over the bowler's head. And it landed just about a half a meter outside the boundary. Sweeping and missing, and the widest signal.
Very good shot indeed, well timed. And Boudou, I have a sneaky feeling he's aggressive by nature.
Well, he's showing off his aggressive nature once more. This time driving down to the long and boundary for 4.
Very good shot again. That's 11 runs so far from the over, 6 of 4 wide.
Not a wicket going down for the West Indies, 15 now for 2. They just lost another wicket. And I'll tell you who that is in a while. Casey Carty, who is caught wicketkeeper, Carey bowled Stark for 10. But with his still there, he's not out on 5. And of course, he's playing in his 100th test match. Made a duck in the first innings. Fended there by Ramdi Hall. And it goes into the offside where it's fielded and there's no run. So 15 for 2.
Brathwaite joined an elite West Indian club, Smitten. He became the 10th player to play 100 test matches for the West Indies.
Yes, he really in an elite club, but certainly would be hoping to do well in this particular match. His 100th match. Chavin scored a duck in the first innings. He's there still, he's on 5. And the West Indies in a spot of butter at the moment, 15 for 2. Of course, Campbell going for duck. But it's Batia to the batsman Bodo, who's defending.
Some research is being done, Smith, to find out how many other cricketers playing in their 100th test match have scored a duck.
Well, that information would come out soon. There's a thing on Cooking for Ask Stephen. He's a return, a needless return to the non-strikers and breaking the stumps, the ball ricocheting into the onside and the batsmen were able to pick up a run.
Needlessly giving away a run. That is just aiding in the recovery of the Guyanese. As slow as the recovery is happening, it is happening. 70 for 4.
England still marching, as you would put it. This one is swung into the onside, and it goes away for 4.
Batia getting a little loose on that occasion. Very short, extremely short, and being dealt with accordingly.
So runs beginning to come for the Guyanese. Outside the off stump. Wide. Pretty close to being a wide.
Continues to employ the first slip and the 2 outside fielders, the Guyanese, so they are still attacking.
Fended there. It goes into the offside. Just a little trickle into the offside. Barbados doing well, 130 for 2. They're coming up against Trinidad and Tobago. United States, they have just lost another, well, they're now 94 for 6. The last time we looked at it, 5 wickets were down, so a bit of a recovery there, 94 for 6. And of course, yeah, the win was 82 for 4 against Jamaica. That match, of course, in Nevis at the El Camino Willett Park. Trinidad and Tobago is at Connery, and the Leewards, of course, over there in Cairn. We are here in St. Paul's. In the air, falls a shot once more. So Bodo has gone on to 28, beginning to live a bit dangerously. Still there, he has managed to keep the ball away from any of the fielders, although he has played a couple in the air. Still nice, bright and sunny. The breeze has picked up a bit. We see Srivas Tawahi has switched to around the wicket for the right-hander.
projected score 167, current run rate of 3.33 runs per over.
I think they'll be hoping to get a bit more than that though.
At one point it was projected 253.
They'll still get to 253, but they'll need a bit of a partnership here.
Approaching the halfway stage. And that's what they need to do. They need to push more for singles, keep the scoreboard ticking, and at the same time, alternate the strike, the left and right, especially since you're bowling, they're using an off-break bowler and a leg break. Very good delivery by Srivastava, ending his over, just giving up 2 runs. The Guyana is 76 for 4 after 23. Bodo 29 from 45. Ramnath, the opener, 2 for 39. Ramdal is 10 from 33. Kumar, the opening bowler, 2 for 18 from 5 overs. Shani, 1 for 16 from 5. And there is a change at the far end. Bhatia has been replaced. And this seems to be a right arm, left arm spin actually. So the leg break, off break combination being maintained.
Last wicket fell with the score on 13-9, which means that these two, they've added some 37 runs between them, so a good little partnership building here.
Going square, beating the field at backward point. It raises out to the boundary. Not the quickest of outfields on that side. Bodo, he gets 2. Takes the score up on to 78 for 4. And this partnership is blossoming somewhat.
39 now. These two, though, they seem to have gotten the measure of the track, and they're looking rather comfortable at the moment.
And once this steady, obviously runs will come, playing each ball on its merit. Being pulled forward defensively, the bowler feels. Going through the square, and it's going to race out to the boundary, get in there, bisecting the man at cover and the backward point. Very good shot, well timed, played with ease and confidence.
Yes, well-timed shot, and a bit loose there from the new bowler, Rai. And this time the ball whizzed away. The first time he got away, he just 2 runs conceded. But this time it was a better shot, better timed shot, and we see straight away that the fielder is going back on the boundary at cover point, square cover, and sweeping.
Woos and as stepping back was Ramdehal, trying to punch it through the square on the offside again, missing it on that occasion. Rai will continue. He's conceded 6 runs so far in his first over. Play defensively down the track. 82 for 4, and the recovery by the Guyanese continue.
Yes, a good little partnership here. 39 from 82, 43 runs partnership. So 7 runs away from a half-century partnership, and no doubt looking to do it in stages. And Projected score at the moment 171. But of course, the Guyana team would be looking to get much more than that 171. But at the moment, still lots of time left. We have just had some 24 overs. So there's lots of time in which to increase the tempo and put a very good score on the board.
Playing back on the track is Budu. He's on 29 from 45. He has had to curb his aggression somewhat because of the state of the match. And he unleashes when necessary. Quite content on that occasion, playing it down to the long off region, picking up a single. There have been 11 dot balls so far from Srivastava. Similar shot by the right-handed Ramda Hull, yielding the same results, a single. Runs coming a little more fluently, albeit by singles. And I'm mindful of the adage, Smitten, 1-1 full basket.
Yes, of course. They're putting on a good little partnership here for their team. And what is good about this 1-1 run is that they're keeping the scoreboard ticking. They're keeping the scoreboard rolling over.
That one plays through to the long off region. The fielder running around to his left about 7 meters and saving 3 runs, limiting the batters to just 1.
Fine, they've been very comfortable against Shivas Tava. And they're playing him well. And they're milking him. They're picking up the singles. So these two really are doing well for their team so far. And they're looking rather comfortable too.
Bhatia, 1 for 9 from 6 overs. Shadi, the opener, 1 for 16 from 5. Kumar also picking up a wicket within his 5 overs. Right, continues and sweeping, going eerily. Was
going all the way.
Was Ramdahal picking up a 6 square. A shot well timed, very much controlled, as we've seen him play before Smitten. Flicking it square, they run for a single, quick single. There's an umpire is looking, he's reviewing mentally, referring to his MR, mental review. And he comes up in the negative.
That seemed to have been pretty close. But that 6 through the onside would have brought up the 50-run partnership between these two. I see our scoreboard on the monitor is not adjusted as yet, but the score should be 91. So that 6 would have brought up the 50 partnership. So very good partnership indeed for Guyana.
It has brought the Guyanese back in the game somewhat from the dismal position. And here they are running for 2, a second, and there's appeal again. They are confident, the US, and a mental review by umpire Foster once more, who comes up in the negative again.
I guess it's a thing between the umpires, this mental review story. Let's look at it. You yourself being an umpire. I don't know if it's a farm umpire.
Well, I don't think I am. I'm umpired in a bit. Last tournament was a few weeks ago, the Leeward Islands tournament. And
Not too bad.
playing square the other side. And that one getting back and slamming it, it comes down to the third man, boundary and well saved. But the batters run through to get 3. Everyone counts, whether they are saved or whether they are made. And Rai, none for 18 from 1.5, heading up to the expensive stage. And
that save though, try. It was if the umpires had the benefit of a review, they would have looked at that one closely. As, of course, would have been the case for the run out. But, of course, the umpires do not have that privilege here. So they just have to go by their mental review, as you put it.
And that one tickled down the leg side, getting a single. A half-hearted question by the wicketkeeper, actually coming off of the pads. And as an umpire, you try to replay the situation. You don't hustle into a decision. It's better to be late and correct rather than early and wrong.
So you use that mental review system.
Definitely.
First time I've heard that one. Interesting. But it's always difficult, a split second. And, you know, if there's any doubt, of course, the umpire would go with their doubts and, you know, go in that direction. There's doubt, so I won't give it, which is fair enough.
Indeed, when in doubt, cool out.
That's right.
But why should any commentator hit umpires out there for decisions when third umpires, TV review umpires in the comfort of their air-conditioned rooms, they don't seem to get it right?
Well,
the umpire in the middle, they only have one shot at the berry, one bite at the cherry.
Yeah, but of course there are times when that bite is a good bite, so.
Very good bite.
It's a very good bite, so, you know, they'll certainly get their sticks for not making a proper decision. I mean, that's why you're out there. You are supposed to be a good assessor of the game, a good judge of the game. You're supposed to have good eyesight.
We have a change of bowling here. Played square is Bodo. He gets a single. And speaking about umpires and decisions, Smitten, I remember Uncle Andy once told me the late, he gave him out caught behind on 99. And Vivi played it and stood up. Uncle Andy was extremely confident. He sent him. And the entire park rushed to a monitor. And there's an appeal for a leg before, but it did come off of something. Going down to a third man region, they run one, they run two. It's a leg by being signaled by umpire Foster. How close was that? Not enough to cause umpire Foster to raise that dreaded finger.
I just struck him just outside the off stump.
And that one full. Asking a question is the keeper. Very fortunate not to be picking up that one from over the boundary. Prasad bowling a full ball on that occasion, missing it completely, was Ram the Hull. And Uncle Andy did say at the cocktail at the end of the match, Viv asked him how did he see that. It was the finest of edges. That one wide, bringing up the end of the 27th over. Ram Prasad opening, 22 from 39. Dion Ryan, his opening partner, 8 from 11. Pramishwar Ram coming in up 1 down, 2 from 6. And Vansh, the captain, the first 4 wickets going down. Shabrish Prasad, pardon me. He was just brought into the attack. From this, the media center end, pavilion end, whichever you will want to call it.
Still is 29 for 3 though. England 250 for 9. Slow march, of course.
When the march continues. As are the Guyanese here. Continuing to pick up the singles.
250.
Marching on to. They've crossed the 100 line. 101 for 4. 102, pardon me, for 4. Very, very good partnership, half century so far by these two, Ramdehol and Budu.
The same, she's the same fish chicken.
I'll take it.
And Budu, the left-hander, he didn't want being struck on the pad, but of a question rather than an appeal. But as soft as the question may be, if it is out, the umpire had no option but to give him out, and he wasn't. Looking for a single Budu, but it is not on. And that has been a feature of this running between these spearsmen. I don't recall, apart from the 2 incidents we had with the run out, there was any hesitation, any indecisive decision when it comes to the running. Communication has been excellent.
Yes, this certainly has been a very good partnership. And it is blossoming at this point, 103 for 4.
64 runs out the partnership from 96 balls. If ever there was an example of patience and you have to be in the middle to get runs, this is it. These two batters, they have been very patient, not really taking any chances.
And of course, the USA team, they're batting last. And the Guyanese team would be hoping to put a fairly decent score on the board. That score, a working total, if you want to put it that way. Something that would give them a fighting chance. And these two batsmen, they're really heading in the right direction.
What do you think, what do you consider a fighting chance here on this track? We've seen it for a day and a half so far.
Well, we had a total of 257 chase down in the last match on Thursday. The USA made it 257 to 58. And in the end, Trinidad and Tobago prevailed. They were able to chase down that score. So to be safe, I would say the...
Plays it uppishly, goes behind. The keeper perhaps over the head of what would have been a leg slip. Going down to the boundary region, picking up 2 runs, Ramdehal. And he continues as well. He's now 29 from 54.
So I would say 220 would be a good fight in total.
And for them to get there, they would have fought tremendously, the Guyanese.
Of course, they would like to get in excess of 250 runs and to make it even more competitive. Track is playing well.
We've seen an occasional ball bouncing, especially from the lower end. The US, they continue to keep the pressure, still play with just 2 players out of the circle, 3 players, pardon me, out of the circle. They haven't seen the need to spread the field, and I do agree with that. The batters, they have been putting away the bad balls, but they have also been picking up singles. So you don't really want to spread the field to create more gaps and more opportunities for singles.
Yes, certainly, as I said,
and that one being striking Budu, but drifting down the leg side, a half-hearted appeal, no harm done by where he continues from the far end.
yeah, 4 fielders outside the 30-yard circle, though, back on the boundary.
That one banged through the mid-wicket region, picking up 4. Did ram the hull, did Budu.
Valuable runs there for Guyana.
Rai working out to be expensive so far, 24 from 3.1 overs. As Budu approaches his half century, which will be an extremely well-deserved half were he to get the 41 from 60 deliveries, as the partnership continue to blossom. Trying to flick that one down the leg, some jumping, perhaps a little mad with himself that he didn't get more to it, didn't get it squarer or finer. And again, down the leg side here, there's an appeal. Question being asked of umpire Brian from Jamaica, but drifting down the leg side again. Played back to the bowler, thinking of a single was Budu. A shy at the stumps, being backed up, no harm done. It's the end of the over, the end of the 30th over. The Guyanese 109 for 4. A partnership of 70 runs from 108 balls.
Yes, a very good partnership indeed. These two doing extremely well for Guyana. And 70 runs, and really and truly with 4 wickets down, setting a platform for those to come, for the batting to come, giving Guyana a very good chance of getting a pretty good score.
Played square on the hull. Current run rate of 3.63. Pulled into the onside. They will get a single. The long on fielder running to his right, running around to his right. No intention of a second. And the left-handed Budu, he now comes in to strike 41 from 63 balls. Sad pulling Budu a little outside, causing him to go backward square, no harm done. The Americans, they'll have to try to come up with something. Spitting.
Yes, here is one in the air again, but in no man's land from Budu, taking him high on the bat and going over the bowler's head. Not in control of the shot, but luckily away from any of the fielders.
Wide being called. An appeal going up, how is he? Wide bill signal. And a lot of players using that an appeal perhaps to distract and throw off the umpire from calling a Whitesman. I haven't really seen it worked.
Well, you're so correct, you know, and I wonder if players, if they don't look at other games and see these things that, you know, are tried and are not working.
39 from 54 balls is Budu. Ram the Hull, 30 from 59 balls. The partnership, 73 from 113 deliveries. Very good going by these two.
Last wicket partnership for remaining stubborn, still 9. So, yes, they should have at least another hour's play. So they should probably, let me try and get some additional information on that.
So as we say colloquially, the tail is wagging or swagging, whichever one you prefer to use. And perhaps the wind is strong, so it is wagging big time.
29.4, well, 29 overs after the one in progress remaining. So quite a number of overs left still. And I'm not too certain if, I don't think that might include the mandatory 15 overs. But it could very well be that. Just 29 overs remaining, so quite some time left in that match still. But West Indies 3 wickets down now. 33 for 3 the last time I saw.
That's
in fact, 4. Another wicket has gone down.
So I was just going to say that that's sounding like it's going to finish today, but it looks definitely like it's going to finish today.
It's going to finish today. You know, South Africa is playing against Zimbabwe also. Test match 465 for 4.
The world Test champions, South Africa.
Of course, that match, the stumps, they had stumps at the moment, first day.
That's a lot of runs in one this meeting.
Yes, it is. Ironically, Zimbabwe won the toss and inserted South Africa.
Win the toss and bat first. Some players are like that. No matter what the condition is, win the toss and bat, win the toss and bat.
Most definitely. Well, Guyana won the toss and batted today. They are now 113 for 4.
And recovering well. Spanking that one square on the offside. Is Panda Hall picking up a single?
What is this? The standing captain for South Africa, Wayne Mulder, he's captaining in this match as the designated captain. The Mirage, the leg spinner, he is injured, so he's out of this match. Mulder is 264 not out.
Wow, he's marching on.
Yes, and that is following up a big 100 he would have made in the first test quite easily.
Bavumba, is he injured or taking a rest?
Mirage?
No, Bavumba, the captain, South Africa's captain.
I think he has some injury, but he's not in the series. Mirage is the captain of the series.
Perhaps taking a rest?
Yeah, probably. I think he was carrying some injury when they played that Test championship, because he limped to the end. Right, so Maraz was made captain for the series against Zimbabwe. But he is injured now, and Mulder, Mulder, is the captain, 264 not out. Massive. And he had a big 100 in the first match. This one is driven into the offside. It's going up towards the cover boundary. Gets there. And a good shot for 4 by Ramdi Hall. So they're really large and in charge out there now, these two batsmen for the Guyanese team. 120 for 4.
This is really an example, a very good example of recovery, ball by ball.
This time he keeps it out and it goes into the offside. So, doing quite well. England doing quite well also. Stubborn partnership going on between Tongue and Cast. So lots of cricket being played. And this one is going down towards the third man region, just 2 runs there to Ramdi Hall. And he will move on to 39 with those 2. But certainly try, lots of cricket being played all over. We have the Major League there in the US. Barbados 162 for 4 against Trinidad and Tobago, and I'm speaking on the 19 now. Windward Islands 117 for 4 against Jamaica. And the United States 131 for 8 against the Leeward Islands. So 124 being too much for the Leeward Islands the other day. And here we have Guyana 120 for 4. And of course they're against the USA team 1.
We're at a stage that these Americans, should they try something new? Because this is not really working for them, it's working for the Guyanese.
122 it is for 4. Prasad pulls and pulls well, does knock down nicely out there on the boundary. And easy out, run out. Yes, he is. This time the finger goes up.
There was no need for any mental review on that occasion.
No, certainly not. The finger was up immediately. Boodoo stood there. He was not too pleased with the decision, but you can't always have it your way. We saw some close ones before. Have a look at it. No. So the breakthrough there for the USA team coming by the run-out route. So the 4th wicket going down at the score 123, so 16 away from that, which means that the 5th wicket, it means that they would have added some 84 runs between them, these two. A very good partnership indeed.
Very good, and it came on the stroke of my saying, Smitten, that the Americans, they perhaps need to try something new because what they have been doing wasn't working for them. It was working for the Guyanese. And they decided to prove me wrong by that run. Perhaps didn't expect such a very brilliant piece of fielding. A beautiful save on the boundary, Smitten, running around to his right, whipping that one in, and the Boodoo was found wanting. Umpire Foster, and it so happened that the 2 previous appeals for run-out came with umpire Foster at the batting end, the striker's end umpire, square leg as we'll call it. He answered in the negative on those 2 occasions, but he was in the affirmative on this occasion. So Guyana, after being 1 for 25, 2 for 28, 3 for 28, 4 for 39, they're now 123, and there's an appeal, Smitten.
Yes, there's an appeal. The umpire remains unmoved. The USA fielders, they're very confident about that one. They can't believe that it was not given.
Being encouraged to continue playing cricket, which is what you have to do, because that is the correct thing. The umpire is not going to really change his mind by you appealing, and with the code of conduct for cricket.
I don't think, I just showed some disappointment. There was I didn't sense any form of dissent there from any of the players, as this one is pushed down too long and for single. And the umpire certainly didn't take long with his mental review. He seemed to be quite certain that the batsman was not out.
And it would have been nice to get a look at that, how far or how close Budu was.
Manual scoreboard is showing 136 for 5. So it seems as though
Rai continues from the far end. One slip, backward point.
easy swinging this one in the air towards square leg. In fact, it's 6 runs. That's a good shot there by Budu.
Very well struck, comfortable, not hustling. And the biggest 6 for the day, the third one, but this one going about 8 meters beyond the boundary. That would be a 6 on any ground.
Yes, well struck indeed. And that, of course, would take the score to 142 for 5.
The Guyanese, they continue to build after a wonderful recovery by Budu and Ramdahal.
Well, finally, Troy, the match has ended for England.
So the fat lady, she's actually at the podium singing.
Definitely. England all out for 271. And India winning by a massive 337 runs. And they had overs to spare. And they certainly battered England out of the game yesterday. And perhaps looking to make them leg weary, keeping them in the field for a lengthy period. Some of the pundits were saying that, you know, well, including myself, I know you are not a pundit. They were saying that perhaps they should have declared a long time ago, but they proved themselves correct, you know, and in the end they won quite easily with some time to spare. Swing and a miss at one outside the half stump. New batsman, of course, Shama Apple. Interesting last name, Apple. Mm-hmm. And, you know, in England, there are lots of names, lots of titles.
There was an apple bottom in England, I think it was?
Apple bottom, there was a side bottom.
Side bottom.
This one is played into the offside. Actually played for England, left arm swing bowler. Oh, he is a miss. As he goes into the onside and they get an extra run. So 140 it is for 5. We have to revert to the manual scoreboard. And viewers, that score you're seeing at the moment is not correct. Short, pushed up to extra cover. No run. Mahash, the captain, is in attendance. So number 7 is the Apple. Opens up and gets it into the offside and gets an easy single. West Indies at lunch, and I'm pretty certain that they would not be having a very good lunch. They are trailing by 244 runs and 4 wickets down. And that lunch seemed to have lost the wicket on the stroke of lunch. It's Ralston Chase at the wicket is on 2 not out. So Brathwaite is gone. He's been having a very poor run the last couple of seasons. There are some pundits having some question marks to Brathwaite as to his performance and his continuing into the West Indies team as an opening batsman. But we'll just have to wait and see what West Indies is staring down the barrel at the moment.
The pundits actually would have been wondering or considering omitting him a few test matches ago. And I know some stir has been created by the omission of Alec Athanaze and Cavid Hodge for this series.
Yes, certainly, as you rightly put it. Windward Islands in particular, the Dominicans, they would not have been pleased with those two being left out.
And the funny thing, Smitten, Sammy might have been accused of including too many Windward Islands who perhaps didn't warrant their pick in the past, but now leaving out 2 Windward Islands players.
Well, they refer to that as between a rock and a hard place. But changes were made, and we just have to wait and see. 1 test match to go. It's not over as yet, Still some batting to come, but 4 wickets down, of course. But the match certainly not over as yet, so it would be a miss of us to write off the West Indies team at the moment. 143 it is for 5. Oh, he's bowled, center stump. Playing back. Apple, and the center stump was knocked back by Prasad. And the Guyanese team lose their 6th wicket with the score 145.
After experiencing a 100-century partnership, they have struck back twice in quick succession. The Guyanese, the Americans halting the building of the Guyanese innings.
Well, that wicket signaled the introduction of the water cat. Players, umpires, they're having a break, and we'll use the opportunity to take a break also. Well, we're back with the action. The water break has been taken just on the call of the sixth wicket for Guyana. And the new batsman, of course, is Latif. And he will take strike. So 143, 146 it is. Scoreboard making some adjustment, 145 for 6. So quietly played into the offside, no run. Lunch, of course, taken in that West Indies match. West Indies at lunch, Australia. Very, very much on top. Stayed nicely down towards third man. He's getting some runs here. And back for the second run, so Latif is off the mark. 147 for 6.
Ram the Hull. He's getting closer to his half century, which will be well deserved.
Yes, he has played well, and they had that magnificent partnership.
Played with a lot of patience, a lot of confidence. Didn't see him taking any risk, really.
Win was in the meantime 138 for 5 against Jamaica. Barbados 182 for 5 against Trinidad and Tobago, and that's 33.2 overs completed. In the case of the Windwards, 32.3 overs completed there. Play back to the bowler. In fact, ricochets from the bowler and goes into the offside, allows the Hull to pick up a single. Leeward Islands dismissed the United States 2 for 141, 31.1 overs. 141, Troy. Does that sound like too much for the Leewards?
I don't believe lightning is going to strike in the same place twice, man.
Well, I don't think they're playing in the same place twice. So, in fact, they're in Guyana and not Connery, so if anything, it won't be striking in the same place.
But it's striking nonetheless.
I'm not suggesting it would, but we'll just have to wait and see how the Leewards approach that target of 142 to win.
There are quite a few petitions in the team. We spoke about St. Martin earlier. And there are 3 youngsters from St. Martin, including the captain, Israel Morton. Very aggressive captain as well is Israel. No doubt they'll get a lot of encouragement from Casey Carter going on to make the West Indies team. And there's actually a bowler from St. Martin who should have played for Holland in the World Cup. But he was injured.
Are you speaking of Durham?
Yes, Durham. I couldn't remember the name.
Durham, he had a very poor 4-day regional season this year, though. Cut and a miss. Of course, Durham would have, I think in his first match for the Leewards, he would have picked up some 7-8 wickets in his first bowl. But this year, he certainly had a very poor season. Was not among the wickets. He was expensive at times, for most parts. As this one was pushed back into the offside, the over comes to an end. And it's 148. 148. Or is it a 6? We have to look a long, it looks 6. We have to look a long way off to get the score.
Yes, 146.
146, yes. So the prescribed glasses are working.
There's a youngster playing for Leewards, LaShawn Burgon, from St. Paul's.
Loud appeal. Not responded to by the umpire. And Prasada would have to try once more. You were saying?
LaShawn Bogan, I'm expecting great things of him, Smitten. He played for the Leeward Islands on the 19, on the 15. He was the vice captain. He was in the top two in batting and the bowling. He does off spin.
Question though. As Prasad bowls one outside the off stump, a cut offered there by Latif, and he missed completely and it went to the keeper. The Leewards, do they get enough preparation for these tournaments, the Leeward Islands? Are they playing enough cricket? We know they had a under 19 tournament here earlier this year in preparation for this upcoming tournament, and in fact, in order to select the Leeward Islands under 19 team. And the same LaShawn Bogan, he did very well in the tournament. But apart from that tournament, in terms of preparation, what sort of preparation? I mean, the bowling is holding its own. Mike McKenzie, we know he's a very good bowler. And of course, Miller, who's from Antigua. We know these guys are playing lots of cricket in Antigua. Antigua do play a lot of cricket from Waterford. Driven up to extra cover weights fielded, no run. So we know that these two guys in particular, they would have had good cricket under their belt, even going into the Leeward Islands under 19 tournament. In fact, you had Mackenzie, who went to the Breakout League, and then both he and Miller was in the Cool and Smooth tournament here in St. Kitts. So these youngsters would have been playing quite a bit of cricket. But in terms of some of the other players, I know LaShawn Bogan, for example, he only came into this Cool and Smooth tournament for one match. He was writing exams, and as expected, that's priority. So our players, yes, we do have 5 players or 5 or 6 players from St. Kitts in the squad, but are they getting enough cricket, match time, which is very critical?
The short answer, Smitten, is no. Unlike Nevis that have 10, 20, T20 to the tournament, we haven't had the fortunes here in St. Kitts. We've just had basically a T20 tournament for the past few years. LaShawn, there was a local tournament put on by his community.
Nice shot into the offside, and they set off for a single. In fact, overthrows here. It's going down towards the widest long on boundary, and they get 2 extra runs. And we've seen a bit of this, some sloppiness creeping into the USA fielding throughout this match. We have seen a couple of unnecessary overthrows, giving away runs.
Not helping their cause at all, and only helping in taking the pressure off of the Guyanese. LaShawn Dixon, he plays with St. Paul's in the local club, and St. Paul's had a local community league, and I know he was playing there.
Offensive shot there, and no run.
The question is, we haven't seen two-day cricket here in St. Kitts for, seems like forever, Smitten. So when will we first see that? Would we see any at the balance of this year?
Well, let's keep our fingers crossed. But it's Kumar who goes in. We would have had a bowling change at this end. Defended. Back to the bowler. So, of course, new Cricket Association being elected recently, the same president, and they would have had to go straight into preparations for this tournament, and of course Australia is coming up shortly.
CPL.
So we do need to give them a bit of breathing space. Nicely played into the onside. They should get at least 2 runs here. And they're back for the second. So with so much happening with this tournament, which spans from the beginning of July down towards the end of July, and then moving right on into the Australia matches, the beginning of T20 matches. So defended. It's very difficult to see some two-day cricket being organized, so we do have to bear with the Cricket Association at the moment. Like I said, new Cricket Association, the same president, yes, but some new members in the executive here in St. Kitts. And immediately they were called into action. They had to make preparation for this tournament, so we'll have to wait and see. And I don't think it's going to be any time this year again, Troy.
That seems reasonable indeed. I could recall back in 1984 when I got into umpiring, our local cricket was played from late January down to around April, and the Leeward Islands tournament, 3-day and a 1-day, 50 overs, they were played from anytime in May, June. We've now seen a lot of changes when what is being played, the regional 4-day, that was played generally from January down to about March as well. At one point, they shifted it fully down to the latter part of the year. That didn't quite work out because that was the hurricane season, and the rain affected quite a few of those games. We're now seeing it back up for the last 2 years at least, from about February or thereabout. So a lot of changes have been done.
So, seems as though the scoreboard is on screen, is back up and running. And he's out. Changing bowling, Latif goes cotton bowl by Sudini. And in fact, it's not Kumar. The scoreboard is showing Kumar, but that's the off spinner, Bhatia, who comes back into the attack. And Bhatia, as he did in his first spell, as soon as he came on, he picked up a wicket, and immediately he's on, he picks up a wicket with his first delivery.
Anytime a captain makes a change in cricket and the bowler comes on picking up a wicket, you'll have to give the captain 100%. Just as when you bring on a substituting footballsman and his first touch, perhaps it's an assist, but it's much better when he creates a goal. And you can't fault the captain, even though things may not have gone, or one believes things ought to have been better handled previously. But Guyana, after that 100-run partnership fading away, a projected score 186, which would be runs on the board. The USA will have to go out and get whatever they make.
Oh yes, most definitely. And we've seen one or two keeping low from the far end.
And the big moment here would be Ramdahal, 48 from 85. The anticipation of him getting a half century, which will be very well deserved, came in when his team was in a lot of trouble. And he was able to build a partnership with Boodoo while building his tally. And the US again applying pressure. Just the one fielder outside of the circle, the man on the mid-wicket boundary, a slip backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, and pull it down onto a short mid-wicket. And Bhatia continues a maiden wicket this over. Will he match that as he did in his first spell? That is 4 balls have been bowled so far. He hasn't given up a run, picked up a wicket. Pulling Latif forward.
It's Can at the moment.
No,
No,
it's
this
not
was
Latif.
Can. Can is at the crease at the moment. Caught. Oh, dropped. Or did he play it into the ground?
Yeah, I think he played it into the ground. It's the end of the over. A maiden over Latif, replicating his first spell. He's now on to his second. And the Guyanese, they continue to be in trouble. 145 for 7. Randall still at the crease, and the final play, power play, is about to begin. And on this occasion, well, we've seen it, they've used their 4 players outside of the circle, the Americans, for this part of the second power play. And they're now into the final power play, where they can have 5, but they're just using 4. There's a third man, a fine leg, a man at on the cover boundary, and there's a long off. Today doesn't seem as hot as it was on Thursday, Smitten. Not as breezy.
Well, not as yet.
Trying to drive that one through the offside, not being able to penetrate as the skipper at cover. And Ramdahal remains on 48 from 85 balls. And there's an appeal for Court. And he is...
Yes, he's out. He played it
Out.
straight to the short mid-wicket. Well, the batsman is standing there. The umpires, they are coming together. You see the batsman walking away now. Guess it would be a question of whether or not the catch was clear. In fact, he's walking away.
Yes, so...
Probably disappointment, and probably disappointed that he didn't get to his half century. So after a good knock of some 48 runs, some 87 deliveries, the Hall goes, caught a short mid-wicket, and he scored 48. So wickets falling in clusters for Guyana, losing another 2 quick wickets. And they're now 145 for 8.
I think Ramdahal extremely disappointed, and I will be. So close, but yet so far. He played through the tough times of the innings, involved in a century partnership, going for 48. And it was a straight, a simple forward catch. And the Americans, they continue to pick up wickets. At one time, we were wondering what would be happening, how this game would have been going, but they've done tremendously well. The Americans,
It's time it's played back to the bowler though.
and again, the Americans, after losing that game for quite a few overs, they've swung it back in their favor, picking up 3 quick wickets. The Guyanese going from 39 for 4 to 123 for 5. They are now 145 for 8. So excellent recovery by the Americans. And this score perhaps by the Guyanese, 145, ought to have been about 135 or thereabout. There have been few, and is it going to be? No, it didn't carry. Heading too long on, falling short. And the Guyanese, they continue to fight. They continue to push on as slow as it has been since they've lost those 3-4 quick wicks. And with 9 overs to go, is it? 8 overs? 9. The question is, how far could they get the Guyanese? Would that be enough? Notwithstanding, runs on the board are runs on the board. And Batia will continue from the far end. Driving down to long on. No, going back. No harm done. One slip backward point. Cover, extra cover. Mid off. The cover comes into play, preventing a single. There's a mid on, mid wicket, a man back with a square, and the man out on the mid wicket boundary. A little fuller, a little wider. Enticing a drive, but just played over to cover. And the Batia continues. Can yet to get off the mark. So too is Chulai. Giving himself some room, Can. Back into the onside. Plays it through the extra cover region. Picks up a single. 146 for 8. Batia so far 10 overs, 7.5 overs, and he has given away just 2 runs, just 10 runs for his 2 wickets. He had a very good stretch going. His first 3 overs were maidens, and it was spoiled. So he's now 8 overs, picked up 2 wickets for 10 runs.
Yeah, so the Guyanese, they would have lost their 5th wicket with the score 123. And since then, they have lost another 3 wickets for another 23 runs. So certainly the USA, they have pegged things back a bit. And just another 2 wickets to go for Guyana, and yet to breach 150. In danger of falling below 150 here, but they have 2 wickets in hand, and they'll be looking for something better than 150, something perhaps closer to 200 runs, and that seems a bit distant at the moment.
Kumar bringing Can forward. Kumar, 7 overs, 23 runs, 3 wickets. The most successful of the American bowlers so far. And he's operating from the commentary box end, the media center end, the pavilion end. All are applicable. Some field adjustment being made. The man from the cover boundary being brought into cover on the circle. And Can is driving,
Kamado has been bowling to his field. He has those men on the offside in a ring. And he's keeping it on about off stump. Just the three fielders on the onside.
And just two outside. The third man and the long leg.
Yes, so they have dried up the runs here for Guyana. And Guyana struggling to get the ball off the square. These two batsmen, we've had should lie yet to get off the mark, and you would think that this should be happy hours time.
Indeed. It is happy hours, the last 10 overs, of a 50 over especially. But perhaps they are not drinkers, so to speak. They don't have the appetite.
Well, they could drink water, you know.
The runs seem to have dried up. Rightfully, as you said, Smitten. But these will have to basically throw caution to the wind, not necessarily playing any injudicious shots, but at least turn it ball around for singles.
Well, the problem is, you know, they've lost 8 wickets, so, you know, I won't go as far as to say throw caution to the wind. Another 7 overs left after this, so they would be hoping to at least bat these overs out.
There is an appeal, ball goes through to the keeper, and umpire Foster answers the appeal by giving the bowler his hat.
I think that was the bat
Hitting the ground.
hitting the ground that time.
It was indeed a half-hearted appeal, but an appeal in cricket is an appeal nonetheless.
Half-hearted, you know. There was, you know, signs from the American fielders that, you know, that they thought it was out. Body language, you would tell you that quite easily.
And it's going to be Batia continue. That one beating the CWI. Not certain what he intended to do. He crouched on the shot which went through to the keeper. Batia hasn't conceded a run since he has come back on this spell, really keeping it tight. But Smitten, you're an umpire, and the bowler runs a bowls a ball, whether it touches something, the bat goes to the keeper, it's an LBW. No one appeals. But the bowler going back to his mark, he just asks a simple question, how is that, ump? And here's it, he's going to be out, yes. Taken at the mid-off region is CWI. He took just 7 balls to make his duck, but he goes back to the pavilion, and the Americans 146 for 9, and closing in on them, the Guyanese.
Yes, doing quite well here, the Americans. 9 wickets down. They persevered, of course. You had that good partnership going on earlier on. And they never really wilted under that partnership. They kept things tight. And, you know, a run out, you know, they always say that, you know, one of the things you would want to avoid when you're playing cricket is a run out, because normally you get a run out, you gift a wicket to the opposing team, and then guess what? More times than not, it's followed by some form of collapse, and that run out, that little, well, good bit of fielding, I would say, by the USA team, which brought about the run out. really put them back in control. 9 wickets down now for 146, and 1 wicket to go. And Amsterdam is the new batsman. So, would that be enough for Guyana? We'll have to wait and see.
Were the Americans to dispatch the Guyanese for less than 150, I think that would be some sort of psychological advantage to them, 150 being a hallmark in cricket. And Amsterdam flinging his bat at this one, taking the edge, going down to third man. They'll get 2.
Good old-fashioned attempt at a hoik there by Amsterdam. That tells you what his approach is going to be like.
He's not going to stick around.
His partner at the other end trying to, berate him a bit.
Taps this one down to the third man region. They get 1. They get 2 easy, considering a third. No, it isn't there.
It's a nice shot,
Yes.
It's a nice shot down to third man.
Spoiling the maiden wicket over by back here is Amsterdam, picking up 4 runs. A pair of the last 2 balls. 3 for 23 from 8 is Kumar. Bhatia, 3 for 14 from 9. And Shani, 1 for 16 from 5.
So 150 coming up in 44 overs for Guyana. Bit of a psychological boost there for the Guyanese team. At least they have gone past 150. And, 149 is a big difference between 149 and 150.
Indeed, Smitten. Very much indeed. Very big difference.
So at least they have reached a milestone. Of course, at this point, they're just going at over 3 runs for over. And they would have hoped that the required run rate would have been somewhere above 4 runs, probably in the vicinity of 5 runs for over, but that is not to be.
There is Khan swinging his bat at this one from Shani, going through to the keeper as the Guyanese continue to keep the pressure on. 9 players in the circle. Only the third man and the long leg out, and they are allowed to have 5. They're using just 2, which is good, sensible cricket. Going again, is he going to be out caught? Yes, he is. And that is the end of the inning, trying to hoist that one over the mid-on region, not being successful. And Shani picking up a wicket. And it's the end of the innings, Smitten, 150 all out the Guyanese after staging a century recovery.
Yeah, and what that does, it was 3.4 runs per over required just now, but with the dismissal, it has gone down now to 3 runs per over required. Just over 3 runs. The target, of course, would be 151, but just a smidgen over 3 runs per over required by the Americans, which should be easy sailing. But runs on the board are runs on the board, but we know that the USA team is a determined team. They bat well, and hopefully we should have a good match on hand. But having said that, though, the USA team, they have done pretty well. Just to tell listeners quickly, Bodo, he got 43, and Ramdi Hall, he got 48, and Ramnath, he got 22. Those were the main contributors for Guyana. And in terms of wickets, Kumar, he got 3 for 23. And Bhatia was the pick of the bowlers. He got 3 for 14. And Shani, he picked up 2 for 18. And Prescott had 1 for 20. So those were the main wicket takers, or the wicket takers, I should say, for the USA. There was 1 went out, and that's the position. Guyana all out for 150 runs from 44.2 overs. Lunch, I think, would be taken at this point. At least I assume so. And then we'll be back after lunch to bring you further commentaries.
Before we slip away, Smitten Barbados, 219 for 6 from 41.2 overs. The Windward Islands, 172 for 7 from 38.2 overs. The Leeward Islands, 7 without loss from 1.5 overs, chasing down 141 in all of 50 overs for victory. So join us again in about a half an hour when we'll be back for the commencement of the USA's Team 1's innings.
Well, thank you. Good afternoon. And we're back here at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground. We're about to see the commencement of the second half of this match. One half already completed. And we had Guyana winning the toss earlier this morning. They called correctly. And they opted to bat first on what seems to be a pretty good track for batting. And they would have struggled a bit, Guyana. And they would have lost some early wickets. In fact, they lost their first wicket at 25, the second at 28, third at 28, and 39. The fourth wicket went down, and then Ramnath and Budhu, they took the score from 39 to 123. 84-run partnership between these two. And they gave the Guyanese team somewhat a shot at getting a good score. But in the end, after they lost the batsman Ramdi Hall and Budu. Those were the two at the partnership. But Ramdi Hall, in fact, Budu was the first one. He was run out for 42. And then Ramdi Hall, he went for 43, sorry, and Ramdi Hall went for 48. And after that, it was a steady procession of batsmen to and from the wicket, and they managed to get to 150 all out. Guyana of 44.2 overs. So they would have lost their fifth wicket at 123, the sixth at 135, the seventh at 145, the eighth wicket at 145, the ninth at 146, all out for 150. And Suprans Kumar, he picked up 3 for 23, and Bhatia, in fact, first delivery there. And the Guyana team looking to make all inroads into this USA batting, and 151 is the target. So Bhatia picked up 3 for 14. Kumar had 3 for 23, 2 for 16 for Shani, and Prasad had 1 for 20. But it's Amsterdam. Oh, that's over pitched and turned down to long leg, and in fact, it could very well be a no ball. And yes, in fact, no ball signal now for height. So 1 to the score. And Austin is at the moment 78 for 5, really struggling. So a free hit, and that one, no ball signal for height. And the bowler, in fact, from this end, these Guyanese players, they're a little confusing. He's wearing the number 58. So we'll have to get that sorted out. That's not the number that was given. That wasn't given, the number wasn't given.
Okay, let me find out.
This one is in the air, down to juggled and caught. But I think that was the free hit, so no blow there for Guyana. This one goes down to fine leg, a flick. He took the edge and ran away down to fine leg for 4. So, USA getting their first run from the bat. And that, of course, takes the score to 5 for no loss. On target this time and defended. So the batsman facing Sahil Garg and the non-striker Adnit Jam. So he's turned into the onside. Ball, of course, being Amsterdam. These Guyanese, they tend to change their numbers quite frequently. I give him 70 for Amsterdam. He's now wearing a shirt, the number 58. So Garg facing, he's on 4. Ooh, he's playing that one, missing outside the off stump and moving slightly away from the outside edge of the bat. Through it goes to the keeper. So 1 done. And the USA, they are 5 for no loss.
Needing 151 for victory. In all of 294 deliveries.
Well, subtract 5 from that 151, 145 into 294 deliveries. 6 of them gone. The captain picks up the attack from the far end. Van Lange. Van Lange, of course, tall, big, strong looking, burly looking.
Leeward Islands 20 without loss. Over at Connery, that match, rain is now happening there.
Someone played into the onside. Thinking a second, decided against it. And you said rain is happening at Connery, did you?
Kean.
In Kean.
Leeward's United States too.
I think they're chasing a target of 142 to win.
Correct. Tennis France is not out on 13. Devan Singh not out on 4.
28, 17 runs from the bat. He's looking to pull. Goes into the slip region. And the umpire immediately calls
Concussion.
for the physio for the concussion test. Oh, that was nasty.
Nasty indeed. We haven't seen any ball so far getting up, and it really climbed.
Well, Van Lange is a big lad. And
I saw him while they were warming up Smitten. I thought he was going to be really quick because he basically just jogged in, and the ball, he really fired that one down when they were warming up.
see, I would have seen him bowl during the Cool and Smooth tournament here in Sengis, the T20 tournament, and he bowled with good pace. So, you know, very capable of generating some good speed here. So this could be critical at this point for the USA. It got big on the batsman and he just turned his back on the delivery and it struck him somewhere on the helmet. And now the concussion test has been taken and we'll be getting the Yorker now from Van Lange. Certainly he has the batsman on the back foot. He has a slipper gully. Third man, backward point. Cover. He's a slow delivery.
That movement by the batsman, I got the impression he wasn't certain what's going to happen. So he was able to just fend that one off into the onside.
In fact, he pushed it in the offside.
In the offside, pardon me.
Now we see some adjustment to the field. A man be in place that short square. Just forward of square. Next to the umpire, taken from it in the off. So there's no gully in place. So there's a slipper third man. Oh, this one is outside the off stump, and what is happening here? Keeper seemed to have gotten it in his gloves, and somehow, I'm trying to work out what happened there, Troy.
I think the keeper may have taken his eyes off of it. It appeared that if he had lined up, but then the ball just evaded him. Went down and for byes.
And lands once more. He's looking to cut. And plays over it. The ball keeping a trifle low and going through to the keeper.
I'm hearing somewhat of some music coming from the outside. It somehow sounds like Indian music. I don't know if it's been played to encourage the Guyanese.
Well, yeah.
And they will really need some encouragement.
USA do have quite a number of Asian folks. This is a nice shot straight down to third man for a single. Amsterdam is coming off the boundary to field. So the over comes stone and it's the end of the over number 2. And it's 9, in fact 11 for no loss.
We mentioned support earlier, Smitten, in the day, and the support the U.S. government gives to their various national teams. Parents, some parents are down here with this U.S. team. They were seated on the western side of the pavilion, and that's a very big thing in the U.S. When you look at their grassroots football and the games, a lot of parents go to lend support.
Amsterdam. This one is steered into the gully region. And no chance of a run. Gag, the batsman on strike. Of course, it's an opportune time for parents to have a good holiday in the Caribbean, in St. Kitts. Slipper gully in place. Turn down around the corner, going down towards Fine Lake, 4 runs. On the pads. Radar drift at that time by Amsterdam. And they're stickled down to Fine Lake for 4.
Guyana losing their match heavily to Barbados in the first round. Guyana made 287, Barbados 287 for 6 from their 50 overs. Guyana could only manage 147 from 31.3 overs.
This one is dabbed down to third man for another run. So that single takes Gargon to 6, and Jam, he's on 6 also. He is on strike now.
The US, they've had 3 changes to the victorious team from the first round. 2 would have been through injury.
Short and played up to cover point more or less. No run, straight to the fielder. And he fields well. Not, of course, the fielder in action at the moment.
That third change by the US would have been as a means of rotation.
Oh, he gets it down to short. In fact, just so into the short backward point position and gets a quick single. Good run. Just taking the pace off that one and setting off immediately for the run and getting home quite safely and quite easily.
Good, sensible batting. There's no need to really hustle anyone. However, they would want to keep the Guyanese on their toes. The single was on.
Gag is defending. It goes up to mid-on. And, for some strange reason, these Guyanese seems to favor these 3-digit numbers, Troy. I know Meyer does that at times. He wears the number 189 and then he switches to a 2-digit number at times, but for some reason he likes these 3-digit numbers, and we see a few of the Guyanese players out there with 3-digit numbers.
I know Craig Brathwaite, he has escalated his numbering. I can't remember what he wore before, but he has now gone up to 100 as a means of his 100th test match.
This one is defended, and defended well too. It goes into the offside jam, and there's no run. Jam, of course, one of the fast bowlers for the US. Van Lange. Not generating. We saw one pacey delivery which took the batsman on the helmet, but since that, he has been rather pedestrian in terms of pace.
So does that mean it was a fluke, or did it drop on a little pebble or something?
Extra effort ball, I would say. He certainly would have bent his back, pushed into the offside, but who knows, that might have taken most out of him. Still a nice breezy day here at St. Paul's. Nice little ground. So we look out to the Caribbean Ocean. Jam is getting it into the offside, thinking of a run which is not on. Some folks, Troy, when some folks came here for the female cricket some time ago, they thought that the sea was just below the wall. It was not far away. He's driving, gets it up to Windies mid-on, no run. I had to inform these folks that you had to travel some distance to get to the sea. Because the ground, of course, is elevated and there's a drop just below the ground, but you do have to travel quite some distance to get down to the sea area.
Perhaps if it was just there, they may have decided to take a dip.
Probably. That's what you call a bit of an optical illusion as you look out towards the sea. It really seems to be just there. But the over comes to an end. Looking to score 150. The USA men number 1 on the 19 men. They are started well, I would say 18 for no loss.
And the required run rate of just a pink above 3. They're doing well so far. The US, they are above 4. 4.5 runs over the required run rate is now 2.89. 133 runs in 276 balls. It doesn't get any easier than that.
Early bowling change here. Guyana realized that they do not have much runs to play around with, and they opted to make an early change, and it's Ram who comes into the attack. Pamresha Ram. And he is marked out a long one, so he should be bowling right arm, medium fast. And he goes well from us now to bowl to Jam. And pushed into the offside quick single, easily taken in the end. The return is not a very good one to the keeper. Batsman safely home. So, single, in fact, the batsman facing was Gag. Yeah, Jam comes in to strike now. So Ram on his way, right up in the black hole.
Excitement getting the better of Gag, running down almost half track, had to sprint back. I think he was the only one who perhaps saw that single as being on when it wasn't.
Third man and fine leg back on the boundary. In the black hole, flicked into the onside, good shot 4. To straightish, wideish mid-on or straightish mid-wicket position, if you prefer to call it that, and into the boundary for 4. So that's a good shot by Jam.
Getting into his wicket early, the ball drifting down leg, and he just really effortlessly. A very beautiful looking shot.
More or less just whipped it into the onside.
Guyana is being encouraged, and they do need a lot of encouragement. 128 runs to get in 274 balls.
Outside the off stump, no shot offered by the batsman.
Yesterday we felt smitten at the start, or before the start, we may have had an early day. That wasn't to be the case at all. By the runs on the board, it should relatively be an early day.
Well, the current rate is 5.31. So they are going about their business quite quickly at this point. Outside the off stump, that one kept slightly low. But no shot offered by the batsman. It goes to the keeper.
At that rate, 5 point, we should be out of here in roughly 30 overs, but hey, this wonderful, lovely game of cricket.
At that rate, but can they maintain that rate? I mean, of course, this is just the start of the innings, and Guyana would be hoping to tighten up at some point. And perhaps this is why Ram was brought into the attack, to try and tighten things up. Amsterdam, he seemed to have been a bit all over the place. So he has been replaced by Ram, who started well, conceding, a boundary in the over, 5 runs in the over. So he has kept up with the current scoring rate. So, of course, Van Lans will be hoping for better from his bowlers. They do not have much runs to play with.
Indeed. And they really have to keep it tight from the word go.
Van Lans will continue. Swan is tapped down to third man for a single. Amsterdam is in attendance. But this is the kind of start the USA one would be looking for also. They will not want to be losing too many wickets early on.
(23) without loss. Halfway through the power play, just about.
Nice shot.
Lovely
shot. Through extra cover. And it's going out towards the boundary. Will it get the head of the fielder? No, it doesn't. It slows up inside the boundary. And just 2 runs.
That should have been 3, really.
Most definitely.
But I guess they decided to play it safe. Don't want to run out. But I think that was a comfortable 3. Ball played very deep, just inches from the boundary. The fielder had to run from cover region.
He's the batsman Jam defending, drops it in front of him. And no chance of a run.
Is Jam a bowler who could bat, or a bat who could bowl?
Well, he's opening the batting.
And looking very good.
Perhaps somewhat of an all-rounder. Probably a batsman who could bowl, maybe a genuine all-rounder. So he gets this one in the air, down to fine leg. One bounce to Ram, who was moving around to his right. And not a comfortable looking shot by Jam by any means. Looking to paddle it around. And seemed to have gotten himself in a tangle.
I got the impression it was a deliberate shot. He was going eerily, and he was mindful of the fielder down at the long leg boundary. So he didn't quite want it to carry fully to him.
Oh, is that an edge? We'll see now. As it's cut off there, we'll wait for the umpire's signal. They're back for the second run. It was short, lifting, and yes, perhaps coming from the gloves as indicated by...
Straight to the keeper's gloves in the ear, put down. And it was basically a fan me off, get off of me ball. Not really moving the leg.
Effort ball also. Oh, is he out this time? Yes, he is.
This one keeping a little low on that occasion, but outside, replicating the shot from before, basically, so to speak.
A little lower than the previous delivery, but it still had some bounce in it and some pace. Let's look at it again. You see? Oh, yes. That's a good delivery. Nip back at the batsman. And it kept lower than the other one. The other one went overhead height. And this one really challenged the gloves. He brushed the gloves on its way through. and the batsman is on his way back. That's Gag, who has been dismissed, and Guyana getting their first wicket with the score on 29, 28 is it? We do have a challenge with the scoreboards, but we'll go 29 for 1 for now.
Gag 10 from 15. Really not coming across to try to get behind, get in line with the ball, get behind it. Basically standing and leaning backwards, trying to dab. And a good partnership, good foundation partnership being broken. Of course, the Americans would have wanted these two to go further, go deeper. But 25 for 1 is the score. And Sail Gag opening the batting 10 for 15. Jonathan Valanche, 3 overs, 8 runs, picking up a wicket. And the other opener, Adnit Jam, he is 14 from 21. He will now face Amsterdam, who runs away from us. And the Guyanese, of course, something has worked for them. Amsterdam 2 overs, 12 runs, 7 dot balls. Captain and opener, Jonathan Van Lange, 3 overs, 8 runs, 1 wicket, 12 dot balls. And the US still in a strong position. A current run rate of 4.83. The required run rate is 2.77. So they are not under any pressure by any means. Guyana winning the toss and deciding to bat first. A good decision, a good track. However, they didn't make too many, 150 in a 50 overs. That should be easy pickings for the team batting second. But we know if the adage runs on the board or runs on the board. And all the USA, all they have to do is just play simple, sensible cricket. No risk. In a sense, they need just 3 runs and over. And driving is the new batsman, Srivastava, not really getting control, getting it out to the very short mid-off. And the Guyanese have become more vocal. And why shouldn't they? They've just picked up their first wicket.
Of course, they're searching for another one. They realize the importance of picking up wickets and picking them up quickly. 150 by no means a large target. So they would want to make all the inroads into the USA team number 1's batting.
And this is a case where for Guyana to win the match, they wouldn't be able to defend 150 per se. They'll have to, at least the way it's looking, they'll have to take all 9 wickets remaining.
Yes, certainly. Certainly, it seems to be that way. But we have seen small totals in the past, especially at a certain level of cricket. We have seen teams struggle to, even 50 overs, to get to such small targets. And what the Guyanese team would be looking to do at this point is not only to pick up wickets, but they would want to restrict the run scoring also. And you can see fielders in run saving position, looking to cut off singles, looking to make it very difficult for the USA team to score.
And that will just put the US players under pressure. And once under pressure, they'll be taking more risks. White signal by umpire Bryant of Jamaica.
This is what the Guyana team would not like to do. They do not want to be giving away free runs, so to speak. They would want to be as accurate as possible. Cut out the wides, the no balls.
And the extra ball brings with it a possibility of a 6. Whether at the back end or the front end. In this case, it's a dot ball.
Looking at a dark cloud just ahead of us, but hopefully it's drifting away. I heard there was rain in Guyana earlier on. You know, St. Paul's is one of the rain belts, but so far so good. And we are hoping that the weather continues to be good.
And that one pops up on him, and the captain is really getting some to pop. The Guyanese being encouraged by that.
Seems as though what happened here, it might have taken the bat handle or something.
Okay, off the helmet, actually, it looks like.
Well, the umpire is not calling for the physio. It would be nice to have another look at that. It might have, the bat was up like a periscope, and it might have struck somewhere in the bat. And
oh, yes, indeed, coming off the bat. Taking evasive action, Smitten, but sticking the bat up in the air.
Yeah, that's right.
And guiding this one to the gully region, picking up a single. That's a very strange evasive movement I've ever seen, Smitten.
Well, in local parlance, you might say something different. You might say the batsman was looking to run away from that one. Because the effort ball from Van Lange seems to have a bit more pace on it. And we have seen him strike one of the batsmen on the helmet already. So, you know.
But even if you're running, your bat shouldn't be in the air. It should be down with you.
Yes, but self-preservation, you know.
That's going to be a wide. Interesting.
You know, it's just the sort of reaction one would, you know, taken by surprise, and that's how people react sometimes. That's how a batsman, you know, especially at this level.
I've heard of one or two instances where batsmen taking evasive action, ducking, and getting out LBW.
Oh yes, ducking the ball. I think one contractor from India was struck in the head. I think it was from a West Indian bowler also, and he was ducking. He ducked into a ball.
Yeah, I guess it's a preconceived shot. The basics of cricket, or any sport, actually, keep your eyes on the ball.
He's keeping his eye on this one, though.
Definitely playing it well.
I think what's happening is that Van Lange is using the quicker short lifting ball as his surprise delivery. He's not overdoing it, but every now and then you see him putting the effort ball, and each time, well, he got a wicket with one, and he has caused some consternation amongst the American batsmen with that delivery.
Oh, and there's another one, as you were talking about, spitting and called a wide by the umpire.
Yes, this one was a little high and going down the leg side, so perhaps a bit too leg side-ish.
And one above the shoulder.
and being called. But this one a little off target, and we see a little gamesmanship. One of the Guyanese players, they having some words with
Flicking off of the pads. Goes to the mid-wicket region. They will get 2.
4.
Crosses the boundary now for actually 4.
Well timed.
Well timed, beautifully timed. Not a lot of power behind it, just timing. It was really a flick off the pads. And Jam, I'll say he's a batsman who could bowl.
Well, he's proving it. He's opening the batting. And he's handling the situation well. So
39 for 1 after 8 overs. That's 5 runs and over, basically.
now the 112 runs required by the USA. So for each passing runs, the pressure builds on the Guyanese team.
Cricket is such a funny game. The front end basically failed with this US team against Jamaica. And the back end really, batsman going at and playing wides, which would have been given a wide by the umpire. So they would have gotten a run and had the extra ball. And in some cases, when they do that, they don't get a run.
Leeward Islands have lost 2 quick wickets. They're now 29 for 2. West Indies, they've lost 8 quick wickets. They're now 124.
I was going to ask you earlier if you think that match will last until tea time, Smitten.
Yeah, it doesn't seem so. It's a long way away from tea. Leeward's now 30 for 2. Trinidad and Tobago against Barbados doing it one. They scored 295 for 7.
And here's an appeal by the Guyanese team, a few hands on heads. I do not quite understand because that was clearly and easily a wide, perhaps against strategy, to distract the umpire from calling a wide, which we've seen players use to good effect.
So this is quite interesting. I'm looking at the score from Connery. Barbados, I'm wondering if it's, I'll have to do a further check. I'm wondering if it's raining there. But Windward's managed to get to 196 and Jamaica 25 for 2. I'll have to take a further look at the
Green Valley or Keon.
this one is in Connery. 295 for 7. That's the score I'm getting here.
Oh, a bit of sloppy feeling by the captain. That one going through the legs, giving up an easy single, which wasn't on. But the US players, they're going to take it. However, they take it. They are approaching a half century. But Keon being called Green Valley quite often when it is raining in Keon. It's not raining our side of the country. Connery just being around the corner from Keon.
Still, one innings not complete as 295 for 7. And Barbados racking up the huge totals there, 295 for 7. But here, 42 for 1. Each passing run is of concern for the Guyanese captain. 150, of course, by no means a huge total. So runs are like gold to say for Guyana, especially.
They need to defend it, and they can, in my view, only do that by picking up wickets. They've had one so far, need 9 more. In basically all of Sunday afternoon. And the US, they have just drawn themselves closer to the target by that single played into the mid-wicket region. 4.67 the current run rate, and the required run rate keeps dropping, 2.66.
Every run that the USA scores without losing a wicket is added pressure for the Guyanese. Because would be happening then is that the USA, they're getting closer and closer to the target, and they would not be losing wickets. And they're going at a fairly good rate at the moment. They're required to go at less than 4 runs for over.
Flicked off the pads again through mid-wicket. They get one, they'll have a second, and that's all they'll have. To put this game in perspective, all the Americans need per over for the full 50 overs is just a tad over 3 runs and over. That is, a boundary is well above that 3 runs and over. 3 singles, okay. Maybe 2 singles and a wide. You're trying a wide with that, Smitten. And we've seen a few wides being bowled. And here is Srivastava playing that shot with disdain, hitting that one over the infield, through mid-wicket, and we just spoke about a 4 runs and over, picking up a boundary.
Well, not only disdain, it was played with some authority, and a wonderful shot indeed by the young man, through mid-wicket. He never bothered to move once he had found the gap, and he found it well too, powerfully struck.
How is the captain going to come back? One might have expected a shorter one, but he pitched that one up. Srivastava playing it back down. And that was really a shot with a lot of confidence, Minton.
Well, the two out there, they're batting quite confidently. And they're approaching this target with some aplomb. 49 for just the loss of 1 wicket.
And that's definitely going to be a wide way above the head. Swinging at it was Srivastava, perhaps not seriously per se. And we spoke about wides, and the wides keep coming.
It's kind of difficult to bowl to a batsman of Srivastava's height, though. Doesn't take much for a bowler to bowl wide above. He's a very short man. Van Lands, of course, tall lad. So it's not easy, to bowl a bouncer. That's a short man. At head height anyhow. More times than that, he's going to go way over his head.
And here is he, flicking it into the onside for a single. That's like 7 runs, 8 runs from the over. Well above the required 3 runs per over.
Oh yes, certainly. Good going here by the USA team. In the meantime, Barbados They have completed their innings 295 for 8. And just a look at the scoreboard. Zachary Carter, he got 78. Joshua Dawn, he got 79.
And while you're looking, smart,
Baptiste, 67. So those were the main contributors. Topini picked up 2 for 69. And Gopal had 3 for 58. Those were the main wicket taker for Trinidad and Tobago, but they're very much up against it. 295 for 8. Where is your money going, Troy?
Barbados. Barbados seems to be an informed team this year. And elections down there for the Cricket Association presidency will be happening on Tuesday, the 29th of July. And the former opening bat for the West Indies, Phil Wallace, he's contesting.
Quite interesting.
And one of the things, as much as Barbados have been achieving, they're still saying, one of the contenders saying, it's not enough, we need to be doing more. Stronger on the 13, 15, 17, 19 cricket.
Bowling change though. July.
Ooh, that one coming off the edge. Just drop it in front of the skipper at 4 slip. The batters will get 2 runs. And the power play has ended. This is the first ball, actually, after the end of power play 1. Power play 1 in the 50 over, you need to have a maximum of 2 players outside of the 30-yard circle. Power play 2, which is now in effect, you can have a maximum of 4 players outside the 30-yard.
This could be a crucial point of the game, how the USA batsmen respond to the Guyanese spinners. It could be very critical here. We're seeing spinners for the first time, left arm, orthodox, July. Approaches the crease very much like Akil Hussain.
Perhaps he idolizes him. And the US, they won the power play in our view when they were fielding, and they've also won the power play in our view when they are now batting. They were about 51 for 1. One bounce. One bounce into the cover region. Very successful over of spin, so to speak, just 2 runs coming off of it. Successful as keeping the runs below the required run rate throughout the 50 overs. So needing to get to 151 for victory. The mathematical run rate spread over the full 50 overs is actually 3.02 runs per over. That's just putting the game into perspective. But at the moment, that is not quite relevant because the current run rate is 4.89. Of course, anything can change in a flash. 2, 3 quick wickets, and this game could spin right around. And we have to be careful when we're saying things like that because of the commentator's curse. Quite often, after a commentator at any cricket game, just express the view, and soon after it happens. And here is Srivastava trying to pull a white ball over the backward square boundary, not making any contact, missing it lock, stock, and barrel. However, very fortunate that the ball didn't play him and could have created a chance. And there has been another change at the far end where Latif, the right-hand spinner, he's into bold. So that's a double change, spin from both ends. And he seems to be a wrist spinner.
Yes, this could be interesting. He's a tall lad, Latif. I think I've heard his name somewhere popping up, maybe at senior cricket level, Latif. He might have been here for the Cool and Smooth, but I would have come across his name sometime.
And driving that one through the covers. They will get one, thinking about 2. Not interested in the end. A beautiful piece of fielding by the player, 3/4 of the way to the cover boundary, moving smartly to his right and limiting the batters to just 2. 1, pardon me. Very full. Fortunate not to have given up more than just the 1 run, Latif. But the Americans, they are not going to really take any risk. Getting 4 runs from the over, including a wide. And it's now 56 for 1 after 12 overs. Just a tat on the 5 runs and over.
Yes, the Americans continue to bat well. Partnership of some 27 runs. Coming in good time off some 35 deliveries. And with Jam on 22. You soaked up a number of deliveries, 40 of them.
95 runs needed in 229 runs in balls, I should say, in a mammoth 229 balls, which at the moment is really insignificant. It is the 95 runs versus 9 wickets. And right now, the Guyanese are wondering where their next wicket is going to come from, Smitten.
Oh, yes, they have introduced spinners into the attack. We have Latif, who was introduced into the attack, and in fact, now it's Shulai who's bowling from this end.
And the Guyanese, they're just going along.
Okay.
They're just going along steady as she goes. They're not fearful that they may only get 2 runs and over. They know the runs are going to come. And they know all they need is just 3 runs and over. And picking up a single here. And really playing good, sensible, basic cricket, the Americans. July, 2 runs coming off his first over. Just standing and playing the Americans. not really prepared to chip down. Forward is Srivastava, a very diminutive figure. 58 for 1 after 13 overs.
Yes, 58 for 1 after 13 overs. And the Americans, they continue to bat very well. We have seen the introduction of two spinners, and we have not seen anything untoward happening. The batsmen at the crease, they appear to be quite comfortable out there. And really and truly ominous signs for the Guyanese team, who did not do too well with the bat. 150 runs, from 300 deliveries, 300 legal deliveries. I mean, that's just not utilizing the number of overs properly. Turned into the onside for a single. And one more to the score. So basically, the USA just would have to continue batting sensibly, and they could see themselves home quite easily. Latif trying hard for his team, looking to get the breakthrough. Wickets are what the Guyanese team need at this point. Wide of the off stump, driven up to cover. Just a single.
And that's all they have to do, Smitten. Pick up the singles. There are 6 deliveries. If you get 6 singles in an over, you're double the required rate, really.
Outside the off stump. But the batting has been sensible, though. They're not only picking up singles, but what we have seen, they are not afraid to put the bad deliveries away. So the scoreboard keeps ticking along. Here's the drive to extra cover to the captain, Van Lange. And he feels, and there's no run. 60-for-1. Just another 90 runs, down in double digits now. Quicker delivery, all gone wrong. It was a quicker delivery down the onside, and it's going down towards the fine leg boundary. The cheers go up from the American
And it's on a ball, Smitten.
camp, and no ball in fact, so 5 runs there. And then a free hit.
And the extra ball. So it's all going for the USA.
So 5 runs takes us go to 65. Probably a googly, and it all went wrong. Quicker one outside the off stump. Bottom edges as he's looking to swing it away, quite expectedly. Free hit, of course. And Jam, he's on 24. He's going at just a strike rate of
some movement, Smitten. I don't know if the umpire Foster is relocating.
I didn't get that, Troy.
That wasn't the free hit ball,
It was.
but the umpires have called over.
Yes, because the ball was bowled.
Yes.
The ball was bowled for the free
That
hit.
was the extra ball.
That was the extra
Okay,
ball.
my mistake. I thought it was the 5th ball of the over.
So
The 4th ball that it was the free hit, so I was expecting another delivery still.
it was the free hit taken.
Yes.
Batsman didn't capitalize. And we'll have Shulai continuing from this end. But the 2 batsmen, they're very comfortable against these spinners. And one would have thought that this was a critical stage of the game, nicely played up to cover for a single. But the batsmen, they're quite comfortable out there, so this is very ominous for the Guyanese team.
They have already etched away more than 40% of the required runs. They're now heading towards 50%, and they seem not to be perturbed by anything really. They're playing comfortably, not playing any rash shots.
No need to. This one goes to extra cover. It's fielded. But Jam's showing good patience also. He's on 24. In the air, but safe. And the confusion in the end, it's not picked up by Amsterdam. And the batsman was through after some hesitation for a single.
Yes, no, no, yes. In the end, it was yes. And getting through to the end with a single, no harm done at the end of the day.
Fended. He used to have been running well between the wicket, and then all of a sudden, misunderstanding creeping in between these two. You know, it's a funny old game.
And no need to. You're well ahead of the run rate, scoring at 4.55 runs per over currently, needing 2.39 runs per over in all of 35 overs remaining. Just 85 runs to get in more than 200 balls, Smitten. That's a given for the batting team.
85 runs, still a lot of runs to get. Of course, the advantage lies with the US team number 2. And it seems as though we're going to see a bowling change from the fine, but a wicket or two here could probably set the cat among the pigeons. And we know...
Or the wolf among the sheep.
The wolf among the sheep. We know cats. I mean, we know pigeons don't like cats. Oh, that's a...
Extremely.
It's an extremely bad delivery. Outside the off stump wide, it's very slow. And a white signal by the umpire. Bowling change looks like he's played down to backward point. Looks like the vice captain who is bowling from the fine, Ramdi Holly, who had a good knock today. Got into the 40s. Tosses up and struck down to long on for a single. Looks like they're looking to buy a wicket here.
That's what I was thinking, Smitten. A bad ball could get a good wicket.
Certainly. Quicker, flatter, outside off.
And it looks like Jam has had enough at the crease, Smitten. Seems to be getting excited, looking for singles that are not there.
Side the Austin played up to slightly backward of point, a single.
Very good single because the ball was traveling with some pace to the fielder.
Well, it was to his right, so, and I think that's his, that's Amsterdam in the air, had to move a bit to his right, so well judged single too. Short and pulled away, magnificent because is it? My
Yes,
word!
yes. Simple, simple, simple.
That was
Making it
struck
happen.
with some power. And the fielder there at a straightish and short mid-wicket brought off a magnificent catch. And he's on his way. I'm trying to get the name of that fielder there. And he did it so nonchalantly and walks away.
Shrivastava playing with a lot of confidence.
Dismissed as the water cat comes onto the field, but that certainly was a magnificent catch. It was struck with some power, low to the ground, and he roped it in as if he was having a water break.
Indeed. As if, hey, has something happened?
So
That was taking a catch with this disdain.
So we'll take a break also as the drinks break is being taken, but certainly Guyana picking up a second wicket and getting themselves back into the game. So we'll take a break.
Watch a shot, why? Pino.
Well, we're back with the action. Wonderful catch taken there by Latif at straightish mid-wicket. Very short, very close into the bat. Ball was struck powerfully by Jam. And he was diving away and just roping it in inches from the ground. And just what the doctor ordered at this point, wicket going down. So one got the impression that the vice captain there was brought on to try and buy a wicket, and buy a wicket he did Ram Gully. Bowling some rather innocuous full toss, but he has picked up the wicket. Better length delivery that time though. So he finishes well, and he has brought the breakthrough that was much looked for by the Guyanese team. So is this a twist in the game? We'll just have to wait and see.
3 runs in the over, picking up a wicket. And that change, as we normally say, once there's a change and the bowler gets a wicket, best decision the captain could make. The US, they're still in control. 70 for 2 after 16 overs, needing 81 runs in 204 balls. Run rate of 4.38.
This time it's an easy single as it goes down to wide-ish long on.
A run rate of 2.38 runs per over required, which on any given day is really a given. But this is cricket, the game of glorious uncertainties. We've seen collapses all over the world at all levels.
July. Trinidad and Tobago needing to score 296 to win their match. They're 16 for 1 in over number 4.
4 runs and over smitten. Early days yet.
It's not exactly 4 runs for over. It's a lot more than that. Well, they're going at 4. When they started, the required run rate was close to 6 runs for over. And over 50 overs, that's tough to be played into the offside. And Shwethan cannot score. Driven, and this time it goes up to cover for single. What I've noticed about these USA batsmen, there's no lot of pushing and prodding. They're working the ball into the gaps, and they're getting it off the square. Good delivery there. She's defended. Over comes to an end, and at the end of that over, still very much in favor of the USA under 19 men number one team. They're 72-1, almost halfway there.
And Chulai, he's just giving up 2 runs and over, which is keeping it below 3 runs and over, which is a good thing for him.
So Ramdi Holly will continue from the far end, and he comes in now. Goes to Latif, who took that magnificent catch in the previous over. He feels this time it's, well, the catch was easy work for him to the way he took it. So, this is tossed up and driven into the cover region for single. 72. Long way to go still in this match. 73 now. Pulled and pulled away. It goes a long way. Backward of square, and the signal comes now for 6. Good shot. And this is what I've been speaking about, Troy. When the bad deliveries come along, the USA batsmen, they're putting them away. 79 now for 2.
And we saw a big 6 by the Trini, was it? In that region when they were batting. And this is even a little bigger. That was closer to the wall than the big 6 before. Wonderfully played.
This time he's defending. Latif is moving across to his left. They can't score, so well played there so far by the USA. Gets an easy single down now to mid-off. Mid-off is deep.
7 runs off the over.
Cried one rate down to 2.22. Quicker delivery beats the diving figure at short extra cover. That's the captain, Van Lange, and the single is taken.
Good, sensible, basic cricket. Singles here and there, put away the bad balls. So that's 8 from the overs, Smitten. The current run rate, 4.51. The required run rate, at Nelson, 2.22. And again, Guyana, it appears, yes, they are bowling, but
well, Chulai will continue. This one is played into the offside, but no possibility of a run there. Chulai. Played back to the bowler who fumbles a bit. This one driven nicely up to wide-ish mid-off, and in fact they're going back for the second run as there was some fumbling in the outfield there by Ram. Two more. Guyanese feel that they need to be a lot sharper in the field. Worked out to cover. And they're doing it very easily. Picking up another single, another run.
And they're really not under any pressure, Smitten. Few runs in a lot of balls. Yes,
69.
They've lost 2 wickets.
Another easy single. This time down to long on.
The second power play, you're allowed to have 4 fielders out of the circle, and the Guyanese, they are employing that.
I think though the Guyanese captain is caught between a rock and a hard place, and he certainly would like to keep things tight, but he still needs to take wickets.
And defend boundaries.
So, between a rock and a hard place.
Obviously preferring to give up the singles than the boundaries. However, you can't have a fielder in every position. And these Guyanese, they are playing good, sensible, basic cricket.
So, our good friend will continue from the far end, the vice captain, Dolly.
He got the ball spinning and he threw it back to the umpire, perhaps not happy about something.
Well, we'll wait and see.
And they'll continue as is.
He has taken a wicket. And they have Dion Ryan as the wicket taker. But I don't think that's Dion Ryan. I think that's Dolly, who wears the number 86, unless they switch short. Dion Ryan wears number 96. So probably get that sorted out. I could be wrong, but this one is pushed up to wide-ish long off for single. So Ramdoli comes in once more. This one played up towards cover. And another single, doing it in singles, but the scoreboard keeps ticking along. The run this time, as it's played out into the offside. This time he gets a single. So the vice captain of the Guyanese team, Ramdoli, that's the number he's wearing. That's Ramdoli.
Ramdoli.
Yeah.
Who took the wicket? Who took the wicket? Ramdoli. He in 86?
Hmm?
What number you in?
86. So over comes to 88 for 2. And you've had 20 overs. Another 30 overs left. So Chulai is continuing. He's bowling his left arm orthodox leg spin. Here this afternoon, there's a few clouds around. No signs of any rain. Driven down to long on for a single. Quiet over so far by Chulai. Just 3 runs from the over so far. This time he gets the single as he plays it down to long. So the scoreboard keeps ticking over. The runs are coming quite easily. Pushed into the offside. Over comes to an end. End of that over. 88 for 2.
And the Guyanese inching, the US team inching closer and closer. The Guyanese getting more and more worried, Smitten. And they have a right to be. Yes, they've taken 2 wickets. However, the Americans batting sensibly. They're asking for a helmet. The Guyanese, the keeping pads.
I think someone might be looking for a change of glove.
The keeper is changing pads. That's Apple.
Yes, Apple, the original keeper.
He is coming off. The Americans, they are asking for water. So you're not missing any cricket here at the moment. Over at the St. Paul's Sporting Complex, the birthplace of the first Premier, the Right Honourable Sir Robert Llewellyn Bradshaw, the birthplace of the second Prime Minister, the Right Honourable Dr. Llewellyn Douglas.
Gloves are going on now. At least one pair went, second is going.
St. Paul's a very sporting community, Smitten. They are the St. Kitts and Nevis Football Association's defending league champion. They won it 7 times before, and they are heading to Trinidad and Tobago in a couple weeks' time to compete in the CONCACAF Champions League.
So we have had a change of wicketkeeper. Helmet is going out as mandatory. The helmet must be worn by the keeper standing up to the stumps. So the replacement keeper is Ramnath. Prasad Ramnath, who opened the batting for Guyana. He is taking over the gloves from Apple.
extremely diminutive is Ramnat.
Looks like a keeper. He's physically.
He's behaving like a keeper too. So is the adage correct? If it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it has to be a duck.
That's right. Quick single, and they get it quite easily too. 91 for 2 now, 92 for 2.
Inching closer to the century, which would be a very, very good landmark for the US team.
The US wins this one, they've won both of their matches so far.
And it'll put them in good stead. But because teams normally get better the deeper you go into the competition.
Played up 2 words, in fact, fielded there at point. Just a single. As the over. In fact, no. Yeah, there's another delivery left in the over. Just the change in strike. She went on, he's on strike. He gets another run here as it goes up to wide-ish mid-off. So scoreboard really ticking over. And runs coming quite easily. Tossed up, driven down to long on. Should be another easy single. As the over comes to an end at the end of it. It's 93. 93 for 2. So
the singles coming quite fluently. Smitten. 60 runs needed in 174 balls. Easy pickings for the US team. However, it's easier said than done, even though it looks like they are doing it. A wicket or two could really swing this game around and perhaps point the compass in a different direction. But the way it's looking now, we can't really see when and how or if the Guyanese will get a wicket. A single beautifully knocked down there in the covers. Srivastava, he's inching closer to his half century. He's now 31 from 41 balls. And the current run rate keeps climbing while the required run rate keeps dropping. Another single it is. The current run rate 4.29 runs per over. This partnership blossoming, developing actually 23 from 36 balls. And the Guyanese, they need to take a wicket. They will have to take a wicket to get back in this game. Well, take a wicket in the first instance, because they'll need to take 8 wickets were they to win the match. It's very unlikely they could prevent 57 runs from being scored in 168 balls. And chopping at that one outside of the off stop is Sweetan, who is on 9 from 20 balls. The Guyanese winning the toss and they're deciding to bat. However, it didn't work for them because they were 150 all out. The Americans did say if they were to win the toss, they too would have batted because the track looks good. And it has generally been a true track. Notwithstanding, we've seen 1 or 2 popping up from the captain, who dives to his right and prevents a single. At the end of 23, 96 for 2, the Guyanese needing just 55 more runs in all of 166 balls.
Yes, Troy. 96 for 2, approaching 100. And of course, that would be another milestone for the USA, but they are doing this quite nicely. And, they are making, light work of this 150 as was expected.
Driving square on the offside, not getting a run. And if teams in this competition wanted to take this USA team lightly, I think after their defeat of Jamaica, they would have to change their mind in the first instance. And were they to go on to defeat Guyana here, bowling them out for 150 and making that runs without much effort, teams will have to completely reassess their position.
Oh, yes, certainly. And each team is an unknown. So you don't know exactly the capabilities of each team. So, and the USA, they are showing that they're competitors.
Indeed, Smith, they're not participating, they are competing. And so far, they're basically making a mockery of this 150. Yes, they're not going for the big, powerful shots.
Well, the good thing about it is that they keep rotating the strike. They're picking up singles, the scoreboard is ticking along, and that's the important thing.
Unlike other teams, where we've seen a few left-handers, but at least when it comes to the batting, we saw a left and right opening combination. But we haven't seen that since. Two right-handers at the crease.
Well, the important thing is that they're doing the job. Sometimes, teams use the left and right combination to break up the momentum of bowlers. But you can also do that by picking up singles.
And it's the end of the over. Inching closer to the century are the Americans.
Scoreboard has already, the manual scoreboard has already posted the 100. In fact, it's coming up now. So
the manual is saying scoreboard 102, it looks like. And we're having 101 here.
Well,
but clearly the century is up.
Yeah, but it's very important. I mean, teams have lost by 1 run. So it's important that the right score goes up on that board.
Fielders themselves, they will be looking at the board and they are being guided with how they pace themselves. And of course, that will also help the captain to make his decision, manage his bowlers according to the state of the game.
Well, the captain who is fielding that one at extra cover, he certainly has some decisions to make at this point, because with just 2 wickets down and the score's gone past 100 and not far away, he needs wicket at this point.
And this is where it goes back to what we were saying. Irrespective of the plan you come out of the dressing room with, match awareness, game awareness, what is happening now? Does the plan that you had suit now? Do you need to amend that plan? And the captain, I suspect he's going to lose about an ounce and a half smitten. He's feeling in that extra cover position, and the batters are using him quite often.
Well, he's a fast bowler. He seems to be playing a lot of cricket, so probably it's more muscle than anything else out there. So
another single. It is, but it's also a no ball. Perhaps.
Just let them do the work, yeah? Because I don't, like, you then tell them something and it's like, they can't have it. I see what they oh, by what we say in the sheet.
That's a no ball, so it's a free hit. 1-1 to the score, and going big, going deep. Not strong enough, not powerfully struck to clear the fielder down at the long on boundary. And Srivastava, perhaps mad with himself.
Well, he doesn't look like someone who could go over the top. We saw him pulling one for 6, but going straight, he does not seem to have that capability. It's really a weak attempt at going over long on.
It's the end of yet another over. We are halfway through the second innings.
Less than 50 runs, Troy.
Yes. Less than 50 runs to go with 8 wickets to take. And the skipper seems to be using the same bowler, not trying a thing, not making a change. In situations like these, you have to try a thing, Smitten. Even if you give a no-name bowler the ball, you never know. He might get a wicket.
Try a thing sounds very familiar. I think a Calypsonian sang Calypso some years ago, Try a Thing. I think he's born out live out of Nevis, who lives in the Virgin Islands.
Srivastava drifting down the leg side. It's called a wide by umpire Colin Bryant. And he reminded me that it's Colin with 2 L's. He's from Jamaica. And I know there's a Colin with 1 L. Flicks it into the mid-wicket region. Easy single, as they have been doing for most of the 25 overs.
You know, Troy, a letter makes a difference in your name, legally, so he has all right to remind you. Makes a big difference. If you go to Western Union to collect $1,000 and your ID shows 1 L and the transmitter comes with 2 L's, you're not going to get that money. You have to go and get that changed.
Problems.
So very critical.
We are seeing that one struck down to the long on region just for a single. A replica of the same shot. Another single. And that's interesting, Smitten, because my mom, who is passed, her name is Marjorie. Her name was Marjorie. And most of the documents have it spelled Margery. And the third successive single from down being played down to the long on region. Easy single. And on some of the documents, it is spelled Marjorie.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been trying to figure why these difference in spelling. And I believe initially, when a child is born and you send down the information, when it reaches the registry, they write it what they think it is, and if they can't make it out clear what is there.
That seems to have happened a lot, and as a result, many people have had to go through the deed poll to get the changes so that, the documents are legal. Right? I've heard so many complaints about the misspelling of names.
And it will incur some cost.
It does. But Trinidad and Tobago really struggling against Barbados. They are going after 295 runs scored by Barbados. At the moment, they are 50 for 4. So Barbados really doing quite well in this tournament so far. and well on their way to win their second match, but still some ways to go, but very much in control at the moment.
We spoke about the skipper trying something different. He has brought back Latif, however, he has brought him now from the pavilion end. Blistering catch at a short mid-wicket. Latif moving smartly and low to his left.
In the meantime, Troy Leeward struggling, 93 for 5, going after 141.
And a loose one from Latif. One bounce into the long on boundary.
Not the result Van Lans, the captain, would be looking for. Over pitch, very loose indeed, and pulled through straightish mid-wicket for 4. That was a hit mid-delivery.
Begging to be hit, pleading to be hit. And hit it was smitten.
So 111, and you'll enjoy that figure, 111 Nelsons. Required run rate now at 1.66.
Nelson, and when we say Nelson, everybody will remember umpire Shepherd, it is?
Yes, Shepherd.
Anytime the score is a Nelson, he dances until on one foot, or he skips or something.
Stands on one leg. Mm-hmm. He's presiding now at square leg.
Did you ever check out the mystery behind that?
I think it's a bit of superstition, I would suspect. That would be related to probably some English superstition, or, well, let me not preempt anything, but most likely.
And Latif.
So Jamaica struggling against the Windward Islands. The Windward Islands scored 196. Jamaica 85 for 4. 21.3 overs. So second round of matches. And of course, the third round of matches coming up during the course of this week. And those matches would be on Wednesday.
The captain, he's bringing back it. Well, not, give me, I thought he was bringing back himself. That's not the captain. Captain is still at first slip, making some adjustment. There's a backward square on the boundary, mid-wicket on the boundary. There's a wide long on the boundary. Mid-wicket, first slip, backward point, cover, mid-on. There's a man on the cover boundary. And this is going to be buys, or did he get something to it? It runs, it races across the boundary. It is 4 buys. Umpire signals no. And the substitute keeper wasn't able to get across to his left quickly enough. And he is mad with himself for giving away 4 precious runs, which the Guyanese could very well ill afford. The US won't mind one way or the other. And the US team, going way outside the half stump, paddling it down to the long leg, fine leg boundary, picking up a single. And perhaps he could have driven that one through the cover region. There is no cover. There's a man out on the cover boundary and extra cover. That one played down through a mid-off, a wide mid-off region for a single. And the scoreboard is saying 121. 121.
We have 112 here.
The same figures, but the last two figures are displayed differently. 121 for 2.
Well, they say they need another 39 runs. I think 112 is more likely than the 121, but I could be wrong. But just to tell viewers that we are back here on Wednesday. Leeward Islands take on the team that is making most runs in the tournaments of Barbados. And you have Guyana coming up against Jamaica, and that match would be at the Connery Sports Club. And then Trinidad and Tobago comes up against the United States of America on the 19 Team 1, the team that is playing here today. And Team 2 for USA comes up against the Windward Islands at El Camino Willet Park. Those matches are on Wednesday this week.
That third round is going to be a very critical round, Smitten. Another paddling again to the 45.
Well, critical in terms of which teams you're thinking in terms of. Barbados seems to be out front at the moment. They're doing quite well. They have played 2. Well, they're in the process of playing their second match, as is the case with all the teams. And they've won the first one. They're in a very good position in the second match.
The Americans perhaps on the verge of winning their second match.
Oh yes, top of the table teams, of course. How could I forget that America is on the verge of winning their second match also?
And Guyana is on the verge of losing their second match.
That's right. So an unblemished record if they do get home with this one, and if Barbados do get home.
And at the end of the round robin phase, Smitten, as the end of the over now, number 1 will be playing number 2 for the championship, number 3 playing 4 for the bronze medal, 5 playing 6, 7 playing 8. That's trying to give all the teams as many games as possible.
But early days yet in the tournament. This is only the second round of the tournament. And I think we have another 5 rounds or so after this one. And then the final round, where as you mentioned a while ago, teams will be playing for places. So effectively another 6 rounds to go after today's play. And like I said, we'll be back here on Wednesday. And the same thing applies to the other venues, Connery, Keon, and in Nevis. But the story here, it's 113 foot.
Away crosses the boundary now. And the Guyanese, it's unimaginable, Smitten, that they can snatch defeat from the jaws of victory at this stage continuing.
Well, we just have to wait and see, but very much in favor of the USA team at the moment.
At this point, only one team can beat the USA in this game. That's the USA themselves. Another single here, so that's 5 runs in 2 balls. Current run rate 4.32. The required run rate keeps on dropping 1.59 runs per over. And when they went into bat, the Americans, the required run rate was 3.02 runs per over, 1 and a little piece. But they are way ahead of that now.
Oh, craziness. And he's run out.
He's stranded. At the first instance of the non-striker stepped off twice, stood up in uncertainty, looked around, and that could have been, should have been a single, Smitten.
Not necessarily, you know. The fielder was a bit deep, but he came in quickly, and it was straight to him. It was traveling quickly enough. And hesitation in the end, the single was not taken. You know, it was a risk. It was always a risky single.
But the striker who is calling the run, he was about halfway down the track already.
Yeah,
so his momentum would have carried him through. And the fielder, we will find out that in a moment at long on. And it was a beautiful pickup, beautiful throw.
Seemed as though it might have been almost looked like Ram Noel, the vice captain of the team.
And it was, after throwing it, a direct hit.
Yeah, he looked like, no, this could be, no, this is
and
here,
that is something that I've noticed.
I'll have to check.
With the Guyanese, they're throwing.
24.
I've seen them throw at the stump several times.
No, 24.
And they've struck the stump almost every time. So, success for the Guyanese in that over, would that change their fortunes? We will have to wait and see.
Yes, so it seems as though that run out was effected there by Can. We were in the number 24. And a good throw, striking the center stump and the breakthrough coming through, but rather needlessly, misunderstanding between the two batsmen.
They've been running well all the US batters been running well actually. And number 4, perhaps mad with himself, but he shouldn't be. It was his call. And the new batter will face now. Driving through extra cover to picking out the captain. And the Guyanese, they're inching closer. Another single. And we are seeing Latif from the pavilion end. Full, not really capitalized by the batsman, hitting it down to the long on region, just getting a single. Mistiming, miscuing the ball. Full toss, probably should have been 6, at least 4. Guyanese, they've just taken a wicket. However, they are looking flat out in the middle, perhaps just, I don't know, maybe they have given up the match and are just waiting for the inevitable. But it isn't over until it is over. Another single out. There's a cricketer from Bastia Smitten, Virgil Newton. If his team makes 16 runs, he believes that he could bowl you out for less than 16.
Well, he was a good bowler, but I think in that case you would have been wrong many times with that sort of score. But the over comes to an end. Scoreboard, manual scoreboard showing 131, which means we need another 20 runs. On the screen it's showing 125, and 26 runs needed in 134 deliveries. Just gone past 3:30. Troy, it seems as though one way or the other you're going to be in for an early day today, relatively early, I should say.
Indeed.
And you still have enough time to rush to the beach, wherever you might prefer to go. It could be down Pump Bay. Who knows, you might want to go all the way over to Frigate Bay. Nice shot down to Longan for a single.
Well, actually, Smith and I have to journey over to Fairchild. I'm assessing the referees on a football game, a Premier League game there. The Samuel Williams Sporting Complex.
Seem to be a very busy man, Troy.
Today is one of those days.
Well, kind of envy you. You kept busy. I would have the boring job of going home, played into the onside, just a single. Have you been looking at the Major League Cricket games in the USA, Troy?
Not quite. I know New York. I think it is New York where Pooran is the captain. I know they haven't been having a very good tournament.
I think they won last night, though.
Pollard, he's a member of the team.
Yes,
I think about 4, 5, 6 West Indians are.
Yeah, there are quite a number of West Indians playing in that league. Big single year. Pooran Hetmeyer had 3 consecutive man of the match performance. He's playing with I think it's the Orcas. That's their name. They're playing green, I think, but they've lost 2 consecutive matches after that. They would have played last evening and lost. But he plays with that team. Mayers, this one is in the air towards Whitish Longan and goes for 4.
It looks like his intention, Smith, is to finish the game quite quickly.
Yes, so doing it quite easily. I'm tempted to say easy like Sunday morning, but it's now Sunday afternoon. So doing it quite easily. The total on the manual scoreboard says 134. I think they'll have to get some confirmation of those scores.
And the umpires will definitely need confirmation of that before they call time.
So Latif will continue from the pavilion end. Over pitch once more and pumped down to the extra cover boundary for another 4.
Looks like the USA, they're now thinking that, hey, we need to get on and get off the pitch as fast as possible.
Well,
but that was a bad ball.
It's poor bowling, and bowling that should be put away.
Indeed. So we've seen 3 fours in the last few balls.
Yes, and I thought I was in for a fairly long stint, but it seems as though it's going to end quicker than I expected.
Judging from the performance of the US from the first game, not knowing them at all, I figured we would have been in for a long day today, unlike Thursday, when we thought it was going to be a short day.
Pushed into the offside for another single.
And the US, the other teams will definitely have to keep their eye on them. The bowling, decent, the batting.
This one is a ball. It's in the direction of extra cover, another 4. This time is Shiwethan who strikes it for 4. And the 4 more to the score. And,
That's 16 runs closer to the winning total, Smitten. 4 runs in the last 6 balls or so.
yes, this is coming a lot faster than I anticipated. Coming down towards the end. This manual scoreboard is saying 147. Bad delivery, put away once more, this time in the mid-wicket region. It goes across the boundary line now. 4 more. And is that the match? Now, that score would take it according to the manual scoreboard. So the umpires, they are waiting, trying to get confirmation from the scorers. And we'll have to wait and see. But just to tell you that it's 151 for 3 according to the manual scoreboard. And the umpires are still waiting for confirmation. So Troy, as we await, this has been an excellent performance here by the USA #1 team. And umpires are waiting confirmation from the scorers. The manual scoreboard, of course, would be indicating that it's 151, but play held up a bit. Well, I should not play held up a bit. In fact, the umpire is taking the ball now.
They do need to confirm the position of the score. And the match referee, Stuart Wallins, former national player for St. Kitts. He is with them, the scorers, trying to confirm where it is. And all the fielders, batsmen, umpires.
But in the meantime, though, Troy, we could actually go through the scoreboard in terms of trying to wrap up this game. Guyana batted first, of course. And they got to a score of 150. And this was thanks mainly to some good knocks by Utkarsh. In fact, that's the United States scoreboard. So they had good knocks by Afraz Ali Buru. He scored 43. Maria Ram Del Hull, he scored 48. And Rampasad Ramnath, he scored 22. Those were the main contributors. And they scored 150 not out, with Supran Skuma for the USA picking up 3 for 23. Shiv Shani picked up 2 for 16. Sahir Bhatia, he picked up 3 for 14. And Sabrish Prasad, he picked up 1 for 20. So 150, which meant that the United States, they had a target of 151 to win this match. And I'll tell you too that the Guyana team, they batted for some 31 overs. And they set a target of 100. And in fact, the Guyana team, just to confirm the number of overs, they batted for some 44.2 overs. And the United States, as we await confirmation of the overs, so far they have batted some 31 overs. And so far, we had Adnit Jam, he scored 26. Shrivenawat Tava, he's on, well, he in fact was run out for 41. And Shrivetan, he's there not out on 32. Those were the main contributors. But play has halted for a while as the scores are trying to confirm. The manual scoreboard, of course, would have, well, they're still showing 147, but 4 was struck, so that probably would have taken the score on to 151 by the USA team. But we wait with bated breath, we wait in suspense. What I know is that the USA team, they're very much on top, and we'll get confirmation in a short while, I hope. So, a pretty good match, Troy. The USA, they performed quite creditably. They bowled well. They managed to restrict the Guyanese team to 150. They were not giving much away when they bowled good lines and length, and they were good in the field. It seems as though now we have some confirmation. I do hope the teams are going to shake hands in a while. The USA team is going out, so, and they again try. The manual scoreboard has been very good. They have had it correct all along, and we must say kudos to the operators there on the manual scoreboard. They have been doing a very good job.
Definitely smitten.
They have kept abreast with the scores. You know, it takes a lot of concentration, and the powers of concentration has to be good. But that's the latest position here. So the final score, chasing a target of 151 to win 153 for 4 the USA. So they have won 2 in a row, and we'll be back here on Wednesday. So until then, it's goodbye from us here at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground. Whew.